everyone. I am Insane Lane, and this is the newly rebranded, relaunching Tea and Roses Book Club. I couldn't call it bad erotica anymore because hopefully we're reading something better than that these days. Uh, Definitely dark and romantic with thriller and drama elements because I know the author and that's her wheelhouse. So I'm guessing she hadn't strayed. There's a puppy on the desk because I put the headphones on and he knows that means I'm talking to people and therefore he needed to interrupt. Right? Yeah, you need to interrupt. He's mostly mad I took his sweater off him. It got very cold for part of the week. Oh, but it's warm again. So he's fine without it, but he refuses to acknowledge that. So we did watch the movie for the next 365 days, the last one. And wow, is it ever a pointless movie? There is no plot, which is true of all three of them, but this one more than most. There's probably less than 1,000 actual spoken words. Like it has to be a movie with like the least amount of dialogue ever. It has to make the top 10. It is wall to wall music. It's still bad music that does not connect to whatever scene it's playing over. The movie is over 2/3 lifestyle porn, I guess would be the words, because it's pretty beaches, sunsets, it's people smiling and eating food, wearing really, really ugly oversized sunglasses while a song plays. And that's about 90% of the movie. Everything we said would be cut out was indeed cut out. There's no dog. There's nothing evil. There's no mentions of the mob. There's no violence. You don't even see a gun the whole movie. It's the most like sanitized thing ever. It's really boring. It's not even so bad it's good. The highlight is definitely a hallucination-like dream that Laura has of theoretically being double teamed by Massimo and Nacho. So we get the two of them shirtless and they kiss. But actually it's not even a sex scene because they're both wearing pants. She's wearing full PJs and they're just petting her over the clothes. Like they're not even kissing. So it's not even like a proper three-way. Maybe they didn't think they could get away with that, though they get away with a lot more. But yeah, they just took scenes out of the book, but they completely reordered and restructured it. So now there is, Cerebellum is correct. There's still gratuitous female frontal nudity shots. Yeah, you get a lot of boobs. And we get a lot of everybody has a sex scene in this one. And I do mean every fucking buddy has a sex scene in this one. The stupid designer girl is getting like reamed over a table at the design studio. And I'm like, bitch, you at work. You're at work. Why are you getting bent over your desk in a public space? And nobody has sex in a bed in any of these movies. I don't think there's one sex scene that takes place in a bed in any of these movies. These people just fuck everywhere and usually publicly. And yeah, so everybody is getting some, which I guess we're supposed to be like, oh, poor Laura isn't getting any because her marriage with Massimo is breaking up, like they ever fucking had a relationship. He's barely in the movie. He's in like 3 scenes and he's just sad and mopey the whole time. He's not even violent with her anymore. He doesn't even care enough to strangle her during sex anymore. And then you have Nacho, who's like chasing her, doing the stalker thing, saying, I know you want me, come to me. And she does eventually like officially cheat. She cheats more clearly in the movie than the book, which is interesting. But she full on cheats. She decides her marriage is over. She doesn't inform Massimo of this. She just in her head decides that it's over and sleeps with Nacho. They have an extended sex scene on the beach. And then he's like, stay with me, be with me, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, no, I have to go home. I have to talk to Massimo. So he drives her home. And Nacho is in the car waiting in the driveway. She finds Massimo on a beach that suddenly exists near their house. And in like the world's longest, slow drawn out, like maybe 10 words are spoken, and they're standing in front of the world's most obvious green screen of a sunset because the sun is behind him, and they're talking for like 10 full minutes, and the sun never moves at all. It never moves, and it becomes so obvious that this is a green screen static photo. They couldn't even video a proper green screen. It's a static photo of a sunset because it never moves. And she just stands there. He's looking sad. And he says something that I swear I was going to use in my novel, and I had to change it because I was going to break mine into 3 parts like the Jade Peony, and each part would have a title. And I was going to use, if you love something, let it go. If it comes back to you, as the 3 like part headings. Hello, Nightwolf. And now I can't do that because this terrible movie had him say those lines, even though they're not in the book. He says to her the whole, if you love something, let it go if it comes back to you line, and then asks her if she's coming back to him. And then the camera goes into the sun and it ends. She doesn't fucking choose. At the end of the movies, she doesn't make a choice. He's on the beach asking her if she's coming back to him. Nacho's waiting in the driveway to take her away, and she doesn't choose, and the movie just ends. Which is so it's fucking stupid. All of it is so stupid. Oh, it's so dumb. And then of course there's all these rumors online that, oh, fans, like these movies have fans, are demanding a 4th movie because nobody liked that ending. And it's like, are you fucking kidding me? What ending? None of these movies end. They just stop. That is the hallmark of bad movies. They don't have proper endings. They just stop at some point. And it's like, what? But yeah, it's so dumb. The whole thing is dumb. There's no plot. There's some interesting visuals in a nightclub, like cocaine-fueled orgy scene. But that's about it. There's really, I think you could take all 3 movies and probably, if you wanted to put together anything resembling a story, and they all diverge so much from the books, they're not even the same. But if you wanted to clip them down and put together anything resembling a story with the actual so-called plot points, then you could probably get all 3 movies down to like a brisk 20 to 25 minutes. I think you could edit them all down to about 20, 25 minutes, and that would tell you everything that happens. Which, again, not a story. It's just things that happen. Yeah, it was a figurative meteor striking during the movie. It was so bad. It is so bad. And again, the first one is at least so bad it's funny, but the other 2 are not. They're not bad enough, and they're too long, and they're too boring. All 3 movies are nearly 2 hours. Why? Like, adhere to the rules of bad movies. You have 90 minutes. Like, what is this 2-hour crap trying to pretend to be a real movie? You're not a real movie. You're porn that somehow got mistaken for a real movie. But that was that, and this week we're starting a whole new book series. We are into J.R. Ward's The Bourbon Kings. We're reading the first book. I'm very nervous because I'm reading these blind. But I like the author, so I'm hoping that it's good. We will be keeping track of things, but I'll talk about that in a minute. So for now, all rise for our national anthem, please. And then we'll get to see a puppy.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, here's a puppy. Cause he's a cuddle. He's being a sucky little boy today. Yes. Aw. Aroo. Yes, he sometimes makes that noise. He's mostly a barker. Occasionally you'll get a woof, though. If he's saying woof, woof is his threatening sound. Bark and arf are his happy doggy sounds. Woof is his "you better watch out because I'm a big dog as long as this door is closed" sound. Right? Yes, you only say woof when you really mean it. Because, he's the biggest, most intimidating puppy of all time. Aren't you? Yeah. Okay, come here. Help me introduce the ducks. He didn't get to eat any today. He was ready, though. As soon as I reached for the bag, he's like, "What? What are you doing? What are you doing?" I'm not waiting for you to watch one. Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me. You're still looking at me? Still looking at me? I'm not plotting to eat a duck. Why are you still looking at me? Yes, that's you. And whenever you're up to something and you're trying not to be, he just looks away. But we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 B's, Sasha Bartholomew, I got those backwards, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark Glassell, who I had to fix today because he lost an eye, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lib Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Shakard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, Cleopatra, Extra Crispy, Ralph, Wisp, Dougie, and Katy Perry. So those are all the current ducks. If you would like to add to our duck pantheon, PayPal link should be at the top of the chat. Let me know if it's not. We have these random ducks for $10 left in this bag. They've never been out. They would like to join their friends on stage. There's some very cool ones in here. There's a shark duck in here that's pretty damn cute. Or, for the more discerning duck collector, we have painted ducks. This week we have Yoshi, A Christmas Story, Evil Knievel, and Rooster Duck. If you would like one of the painted ducks, please specify in the message which one. If you would like to make all this easier, you can put a girl in handcuffs for $25 for half the night or $50 for the whole night. There's a key in here, and there's another key on a string around my desk because these are real handcuffs. Not safety cuffs, so they have no release button, so that's why there's a key on a string. In case I drop this one, we always have a key in reach because we practice safety here. And last but certainly not least, for the grand sum of $50, I will chug one of these Skittles drink mixes, have water standing by. They're not for you. He's like, I will be the judge of that. Sniff, 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 sniff. We have tried the grape, we have tried the green apple, we have not tried the orange or the strawberry. So, those are options. We can try those. So, that is our top tier for this evening. Ugh. Okay, puppy, I really can't read a heavy hardcover book one-handed. So, you have to go on your pillow, okay? Yeah, so Ray pretends he can't hear me. Come here. I know the world's just not fair. The world's just not fair. You've only been cuddled like 6 or 7 times today. I know, you've only had a couple hundred belly rubs. How are you possibly expected to take your 9th nap of the day under those conditions? I know. You're just a hard done by little puppy. Go eat your massive bowl of kibble in the kitchen. Of course, he never thinks there's enough kibble even when I just filled the bowl. So this is what the book looks like after I put all the bookmarks in it. I had to make more bookmarks. I only had up to 43. I had to make more because this has 50 chapters. They're consistent though. You have no idea how refreshing I found that when I was marking these, and each chapter is a consistent goddamn length. Oh, it was so good. Like nerd orgasm power. Consistent fucking lengths. Actual page break. Actual breaks between paragraphs. Proper structure. Like, oh, to be reading an actual real book. We are going to take the very shiny cover off because it's going to be really distracting if it's doing this the whole time. Also, I don't want to get makeup on it, which I will because I'm always touching my face and then touching things. And so the books all had makeup marks in them, and I don't want that. Wait, this got wet at some point? Apparently this got wet at some point. Because, yeah, the ink's bled. Huh. I didn't see any marks on the pages. I guess the dust jacket protected it, but I don't know where this got wet. It's not damaged. Well, okay, you can actually see it a little, but no, it's not really damaged, so. Okay, so this is The Bourbon Kings, Book 1 by J.R. Ward. We have our lovely title page. We do have things we're going to be marking. So far, I've got whenever someone drinks bourbon or a tuxedo is worn. We will add to the list any annoying or ridiculous pet names, things characters do over and over, annoying writer habits. I don't think we're going to get a ton of brand names dropped. While I can say in the other series of hers, the Black Dagger Brotherhood that I have read a significant amount of, there were maybe a couple brand names in that, but they were like names of guns. Some cars, because it is a bunch of guys. They like their weapons in their cars. But it was not egregious. Okay, so here's our opening invitation. We're literally being invited. It's all fancy. You are cordially invited to a Derby brunch in celebration of the 139th running of the Charlemont Derby. Saturday, May the 4th. That has to be May the 4th, really. 10 o'clock, Easterly, RSVP Newark Harris at gmail.com. An author who knows what email is. Okay, page. Here we go. We've been invited. So if we were vampires, we'd be good. All right. Chapter 1! Look, actual goddamn formatting. Charlemont, Kentucky. Am I saying that right, by the way? Charlemont. I'm saying Charlemont. I'm sure that's not right. If you're from the southern United States, help a girl out. And we're in Kentucky, or Kentucky, as I've heard it said. So we are truly in the South. Should I keep a running list of like southern isms? Mist hung over Ohio's sluggish waters like the breath of God. Okay, we just got told we're in Kentucky, and in the first sentence we're in Ohio. Is there an Ohio, Kentucky? Mist hung over Ohio's sluggish waters like the breath of God, and the trees on the Charlemont shore side of the river road were so many shades of spring green. The color required a sixth sense to absorb them all. Overhead, the sky was a dim, milky blue, the kind of thing that you saw up north only in July, and at 7:30 a.m. At 7:30 a.m., the temperature was already 74 degrees. Oh, there's an Ohio River? Oh. Okay, I didn't know that. It was the first week of May, the most important 7 days on the calendar, beating the birth of Christ, the American independence, and New Year's Rockin' Eve. The 139th running of the Charlemont Derby was on Saturday, which meant the entire state of Kentucky was in a thoroughbred racing frenzy. As Lizzie King approached the turnoff for her work, she was riding an adrenaline high that had been pumping for a good 3 weeks. And she knew from past experience that this rush mood of hers wasn't going to deflate until after Saturday's cleanup. At least she was, as always, going against the traffic heading into downtown and making good time. Her commute was 40 minutes each way, but not in the New York City, Boston or LA densely packed parking lot version of rush hour, which in her current frame of mind would have caused her head to mushroom cloud. It forms the border between Indiana and Kentucky as well as Ohio. Okay, so yeah. I know a lot of states have natural borders because back when they were deciding where the states should stop, a giant river seemed like a good place to stop. And then they just drew some squares inside large amounts of nothing and decided that was a state. And then said, hey, look, some islands over there, let's conquer them and call that a state. Except for Puerto Rico, which we're going to take over but not call a state. Somehow that's a thing. Seriously, why isn't Puerto Rico a state? I think it's bigger than a couple of other states. It has an economy. A lot of Puerto Rican people live in the States already. Like, I do not understand why it's not a state. I really don't. No, her trip into her job was 28 minutes of Indiana farm, followed by 6 minutes of bridge and Spaghetti Junction delays, capped up with a 6 to 10 minute against the tide shot parallel to the river. Sometimes she was convinced the only cars going in her direction were the rest of the staff that worked at Easterly with her. I still hate the name Easterly for an estate. Like, seriously, girl, what were you thinking? Grant, I don't have to name an estate in my novel, though there is a castle, an actual castle. Though I'm considering downgrading that to something more, of this era. Though canonically castle. For what I'm, for the inspiration, it was a castle. Though in the movies it was a mansion, which is true. No, it was a castle in the movies. Because I remember I looked it up. It was a real castle and then it got torn down because it was like falling apart. They haven't voted to become a state. Well, even if like Puerto Rico did hold a referendum and like people who lived there voted in the majority to become a US state, doesn't the US like also have to ratify that or accept it or something, or like it has to pass Congress or something like that? Ah, yes, Easterly, the Bradford Family Estate, or BFE, as it as its deliveries were marked, sat high up on the biggest hill in the Charlemont metro area, and was comprised of a 20,000 square foot main house with 3 formal gardens, 2 pools, and a 360-degree view of Washington County. There were also 12 retainers' cottages on the property, as well as 10 outbuildings, a fully functioning farm of over 100 acres, a 20-horse stable that had been converted into a business center, and a 9-hole golf course. Who converts a stable into a business center? You have all the room and money in the world. Why do you not have horses? Dude, I would have all the horses. I would just have wild horses roaming my property, even if nobody ever rode them. I would just I would just like adopt all the horses and just let them like live free on my land and have like feeding stations for them. And, like let people come look at them and take pictures as long as you don't mess with them or touch them or anything. Hey, fun fact in the movie which one is it? 28 Days Later, the first one? I think it's the first one. As they're driving through the country, they see a bunch of wild horses, and at first they're concerned they're infected, but they're like, no, they're just free, and they just watch them run. That was completely like actual wild horses. That was not staged for the movie. They didn't rent them or anything. They just happened to be filming in the countryside, and there happened to be horses, and so they were like, we gotta film this. They're gorgeous, like, and yeah, they just improv'd it. That was lighted in case you needed to work on your chip shot at 1 a.m. Yeah, lighting a golf course has got to be like one of the biggest wastes of. Like, seriously, why would you want to go play golf at night in artificial light and pitch black? Why? Like, I've been to like indoor, like glow in the dark mini golf. That was cool. As far as she had heard, the enormous parcel had been granted to the family back in 1778. Wow, that's going right back to the founder days. After the first of the Bradfords had come south from Pennsylvania with the then Colonel George Rogers Clark, and brought both his ambitions and his bourbon-making traditions to the nascent Commonwealth. Fast forward almost 250 years, and you had a federal mansion the size of a small town up on that hill, and some 72 people working property full-time and part-time. Holy shit, that's a lot of staff members. Whoa, why did my camera just do that? Because I did this? What the hell? The heat and humidity of the Ohio River is terrible. I'm guessing lots of mosquitoes. All of whom followed a feudal rules and rigid caste system that was right out of Downton Abbey. Ah, I was gonna make the joke, and the book did it for me. Okay, so this is at least written recently enough that it's referencing Downton Abbey, which is a series I gotta fucking finish. I think I made it somewhere into like I can't remember if it was either season 3 or season 4, but it's one of those shows I gotta fucking finish. Try playing golf in the territories at Stargate months of the year. Why would you want to play golf there? But also, can we just talk about sentence structure of all of whom followed a feudal rules and rigid caste system? Somebody dropped the editing pen there. because that would be all of whom followed feudal rules and a rigid caste system. But you put the A in the wrong place. And this is a real book. And we're only on page 4, and there's already an editing error. Now I'm worried. Or maybe even the Dowager Countess of Grantham routine was a little too progressive. Oh, God, Maggie Smith's amazing. She is just flawlessly charming and hilarious. She's like unintentionally hilarious in that show because she will like backhand insult people. Like she'll be looking at your face and like it almost comes off as a compliment, but really she's like underhand insulting you. She's so flawless at it. There's just nobody else who could have played it like her. She's really great. William the Conqueror's times were probably a little more apt. So, for example, and this was solely a Lifetime movie conjecture here, if a gardener fell in love with one of the family's precious sons, even if she were one of 2 head horticulturalists and had a national reputation and a master's in landscape architecture from Cornell, that was just not done. Oh, we're going to get into all the snobbery of the classes and the upstairs downstairs thing and the rich marrying a commoner and Harry and Meghan and all that crap. Sabrina, just without the happy ending, darling. I know that movie. I think is it Harrison Ford is in that? I think. And the guy who looks like Joey from Full House but is not Joey from Full House? With a curse, Lizzie turned the radio on in hopes of getting her brain to shut up. She didn't get far. Her Toyota Yaris had the speaker system of a Barbie house. There were little circles in the doors that were supposed to pump music, but they were mostly for pretend. And today, NPR coming out of those cocktail coasters just wasn't enough. The sound of an ambulance speeding up behind her easily overrode the hoit pitter-patter of the BBC News, and she hit her brakes and eased over onto the shoulder. After the noise and flashing lights passed, she got back on track and rounded the fat curve in both the river and the road. And there it was, the Branford's great white mansion. Up high in the sky, the dawning sun being forced to work around its regal, symmetrical layout. She had grown up in Plattsburgh, New York, on an apple orchard. What the hell had she been thinking almost 2 years ago when she'd let Lane Baldwin, the youngest son, into her life? Baldwin with an E. And why was she still, after all this time, wondering about the particulars? Come on, it wasn't like she was the first woman who'd gotten good and seduced by him. Gee, do we think somebody has a reputation? Yes, the remake. I haven't seen the original, I've only seen the remake. Lizzie frowned and leaned forward over the wheel. The ambulance that had passed her was heading up the flank of the BFE hill, its red and white lights strobing along the alleys of maple trees. Oh God, she breathed. She prayed it wasn't who she thought it was. But come on, her luck couldn't be that bad. And wasn't it sad that was the first thing that came to her mind instead of worry over whoever was hurt, sick, or passed out? Proceeding on by the monogrammed wrought iron gates that were just closing, she took her right-hand turn about 300 yards later. As an employee, she was required to use the servants' entrance with her vehicles, no excuses, no exceptions. Because God forbid a vehicle with an MSRP of under $100,000 be seen in front of the house. Oh, manufacturer suggested retail price. Okay, that took me a minute. Boy, she was getting bitchy, she decided. And after Derby, she was going to have to take a vacation before people thought she was going through menopause 2 decades early. Doing that now, guess what? It sucks. The sewing machine under the Yaris's hood revved up as she shot down the level road that went around the base of the hill. Cornfield came first, the manure already laid down and churned over in preparation for planting. And then there were the cutting gardens filled with the first of the perennials and annuals, the heads of the early peonies, fat as softballs and no darker than the blush of an ingenue's cheeks. After those, there were the orchid houses and the nurseries, followed by the outbuildings with the farm and groundskeeping equipment in them. And then the lineup of 2 and 3 bedroom 50s era cottages. This place goes on forever. Like, this is the place where you could live there and get lost. That were as variable and stylish as a set of sugar and flour tins on the Formica counter. Pulling into the staff parking lot, she got out, leaving her cooler, her hat, and her bag with her sunscreen behind. Jogging over to the groundskeeping's main building, she entered the gasoline and oil smelling cave through the opening on the left. The offices of Gary McAdams, the head groundsman, was off to the side. The cloudy glass panes still translucent enough to tell her the lights were on and someone was moving around in there. She didn't bother to knock, shoving open the flimsy door. She ignored the half-naked, Pirelli calendar pinups. Gary, the 62-year-old, was just hanging up the phone with his bare paw hand, his sunburned face with its tree bark skin as grim as she had ever seen it. As he looked across the messy desk, she knew who the ambulance was for before he even said the name. That's what I was thinking! Yeah, May the 4th and they haven't planted corn yet? I'm like, wait a minute. Is corn, like, not what I thought it was? Aren't you supposed to plant corn in, like, March? Yeah, like, that, yeah. Like, sounds late. Oh, fun fact, University of Pirelli tires. Oh, that's why they have, like, pinup girl calendars. Okay, yeah, I've seen those. But, fun fact, the, Ontario University of Agriculture or something along that name. I'm not sure if that's exactly the name, but you know what I mean. The movie Signs was filmed there, and they needed a fully grown cornfield, big one, for the movie. Only they were out of season when they went to film. They didn't. Somehow the production had not clocked in that. Oh, you need a certain season, especially in Canada, to grow a full field of corn and have it at the 6-foot height that you want it to be for your movie. So a bunch of students at the university said, we have an idea that might make this work on your schedule, because the movie's like, we have to start filming on like X date. We need corn by X date in the field. And they were like, you're off by 5 months. And they didn't want to move the whole production. It could have scrapped the whole movie. So they let the students try their thing, which was they did something by like the way that they watered the seeds. They like added a ton of nutrients and stuff to it, all organic, to basically like overfeed it and force it to grow really quickly. But it was experimental. It was a theory. It was a student project, and it worked like a fucking dream. They grew corn in like a third of the time that it normally takes to grow corn. So much so that I think like not only did the university keep it, but I think the 3 of them like patented it. But that's how they grew the cornfield for the movie. Lizzie put her hands to her face and leaned back against the door jamb. She felt so sorry for the family, of course, but it was impossible not to personalize the tragedy and want to go throw up somewhere. The one man she never wanted to see again was going to come home. She might as well get a stopwatch. So I take it somebody has died, or like something. New York, New York. Come on, I know you want me. Jonathan Tulane Baldwin looked around the hip that was propped next to his stack of poker chips. Ante up, boys. I'm talking to you, A pair of partially covered, fully fake breasts appeared over the fan of cards in his hand. Hello. Time to feign interest in something. Anything else, Lane thought. Too bad the one-bed, mid-floor, mid-town apartment was a bachelor pad done in nothing that wasn't functional. And why bother staring into the faces of what was left of the 6 bastards they'd started playing with 8 hours ago? None of them had proved worthy of anything more than keeping up with the high stakes. Deciphering their tells, even as an avoidance strategy, wasn't worth the eye strain at 7:30 in the morning. Hello? Give it up, honey. He's not interested, someone muttered. Everybody's interested in me. Not him. Jeff Stern, the host and roommate, tossed in $1,000 worth of chips. Isn't that right, Lane? Are you gay? Is he gay? Lane moved the Queen of Hearts next to the King of Hearts, shifted the Jack next to the Queen. Wanted to push the boob job with the mouth onto the floor. Two of you haven't anteed. I'm out, Baldwin. Too rich for my blood. I'm in if someone will lend me $1,000. Jeff looked across the green flat table and smiled. It's you and me again, Baldwin. Should I be saying Baldwin? Because it's pronounced wine, but that doesn't sound right. It's written wine, I mean, not pronounced. Ugh. I knew I should have had more sugar. Looking forward to taking your money. Lane tucked his cards in tight. It's your bet. The woman leaned down again. I love your southern accent. Jeff's eyes narrowed behind his clear-rimmed glasses. You gotta back off him, baby. I'm not stupid, she slurred. I know exactly who you are and how much money you have. I drink your bourbon. This is how you're hitting on someone, by saying, I know who you are and I know that you're rich, look at my fake boobs. I'm not saying it doesn't work with certain guys, but seriously. Lane sat back and addressed the fool that had brought the chatty accessory. Billy, seriously? Yeah. The guy who'd wanted to go $1,000 in debt stood up. The sun's coming up anyway. Let's go. I want to stay. Nope, you're done. Billy took the bimbo with the self-esteem inflation problem by the arm and escorted her to the door. I'll take you home. And no, he's not who you think he is. Later, assholes. Yes, he is. I've seen him in magazines. Before the door could shut, the other guy who'd been bled dry got to his feet. I'm out of here, too. Remind me to never play with the pair of you again. I'll do nothing of the sort, Jeff said as he held up a palm. Tell the wife I said hello. You can tell her yourself when we see you at Shabbat. That again. Every Friday. If you don't like it, why keep showing up at my house? Free food, it's just that simple. So we have the requisite group of frat boys. Hi, persnickety! Yeah. Just in time. So far, we followed a gardener to work at a giant estate that goes on forever, and now we have a bunch of frat boy idiots playing cards. And then they were alone, with over $250,000 worth of poker chips, two decks of cards, and an ashtray full of cigar nubs, and no bimbage. Is bimbage a word? Bimbage? Like, I get, but don't think that's actually a word. It's your bet, Lynn said. I think he wants to marry her, Jeff muttered as he tossed more chips onto the center of the table. Billy, that is. Here's 20 grand. Then he should get his head examined. Lane met his old fraternity brother's bet. Oh my god, they're actual frat bros. I was joking, but they're actual frat bros. Ugh. Met his old fraternity brothers bet and then doubled it. Pathetic, the both of them. Fake word. Thank you, Sarah. Yeah. But hey, I guess if you're an author who's written like 30 books, you get to make up a word. Jeff lowered his cards. Let me ask you something. Don't make it too hard, I'm drunk. Do you like them? Poker chips? In the background, his phone started to ring. Yeah, I do, so if you don't mind putting some more of yours in. No, women. Lane shifted his eyes up. Excuse me? His oldest friend put an elbow on the felt and leaned in. His tie had been lost at the start of the game, and his previously starched bright white shirt was now as pliant and relaxed as a polo. His eyes, however, were tragically sharp and focused. You heard me. Look, I know it's none of my business, but you show up here how long ago? Like nearly 2 years? You live on my couch, you don't work, which given who your family is, I get, but there's no women. No. Stop thinking, Jeff. I'm serious. So bet. The cell phone went quiet, but his buddy didn't. UVA was a lifetime ago. A lot can change. Apparently not if I'm still on your couch. What happened to you, man? I died waiting for you to bet or fold. Jeff muttered as he made a stack of reds and blues and tossed them into the center. Another 20,000. That's more like it. The cell phone started to ring again. I'll see you and I'll raise you 50 if you shut up. You sure you want to do that? Get you to be quiet? Yep. Go aggressive in poker with an investment banker like me. Cliches are there for a reason. I'm greedy and great with math, unlike your kind. My kind? People like you Bradfords don't know how to make money. You've been trained to spend it. Now, unlike most dilettantes, your family actually has an income stream. Although that's what keeps you from having to learn anything, so not sure it's a value add in the long term. Lane thought back to why he'd left Charlemont for good. I've learned plenty, trust me. And now you sound bitter. You're boring me. Am I supposed to enjoy that? Why don't you ever go home for Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter? Lane collapsed his cards and put them face down on the felt. I don't believe in Santa Claus or the Easter Bunny anymore. God damn it. And turkey's overrated. What's your problem? I like turkey. Turkey's good. We almost never had turkey as a kid, though, because, like, too many people in my family hated turkey. No, I shall never forget my 3-year-old little cousin upon deciding that he hated turkey, deciding that the best thing to then do with it was pick up the pieces of turkey off his plate and fling them across the room as far as he possibly could. It was just way, way, way too funny. That and my aunt putting them back on his plate, trying to convince him to eat it when this was clearly a no way in hell situation. So he just kept throwing them, and it was very amusing. Oh yeah, gotta love exposition between people who are like, so we've been best friends for 12 years, as you know, and we met at the school of whatever. Oh yeah. Gotta get it in somehow. You know, in this case, we apparently also need to establish that this guy isn't gay. Yes, let me remind you of how your family's successful. It's only the title of the book. And we already had a bimbo say that his family makes bourbon. And turkey is overrated. What is your problem? Wrong question to ask, especially after a night of poker and drinking. Especially to a guy like Stern, who is categorically incapable of being anything but perfectly honest. I hate that you're so alone. You've got to be kidding. I'm one of your oldest friends, right? If I don't tell you like it is, who's going to? And don't get pissy with me. You picked a New York Jew, not one of the 1,000 other Southern fried stick up the ass that you went to that ridiculous college of ours to be your perpetual roommate. So fuck you. Are we going to play this hand out? Jeff's shrewd stare narrowed. Answer me one thing. Yes, I'm seriously considering why I didn't crash with Weds or Chenoweth right now. Ha, you couldn't stand either of those two longer than a day. Unless you were drunk, which actually you have been for the last 3.5 months straight, but that's another thing I have a problem with. Pet, now, for the love of God. Why? As that cell phone went off a third time, Lane got to his feet and stalked across the room. Over on the bar next to his billfold, the glowing screen was lit up. Not that he bothered to look at who it was. He answered the call only because it was either that or commit homicide. The male southern voice on the other end of the connection said 3 words. Your mama's dying. See, we knew somebody was dying. As the meaning sank into his brain, everything destabilized around him. The walls closing in, the floor rolling, the ceiling collapsing on his head. Memories didn't so much come back to him as assault him. The alcohol in his system doing nothing to dull the onslaught. Oh, do we have another reluctant heir to the throne who's about to, like, his mom's gonna die, and now he's the head of the family and has to take over the business empire and, like, make appearances in polite society and blah blah blah, and he doesn't want to because he's been living extended frat boy life, living on a couch and playing poker while drunk for months at a time? Why is this a thing in romance books? Why? It's also a book. The author could literally tell the reader he stopped to look down at the new label on his family's Bourbon Empire. Boom, done. Yeah. No, he thought. Not now. Not this morning. Although would there ever be a good time? Not ever was the only acceptable timetable on this. From a distance he heard himself speak. I'll be there before noon. Then he hung up. Lane? Jeff got to his feet. Oh shit, don't pass out on me. I've got to be at 11 Wall in an hour and I need a shower. From a vast distance, Lane watched his hand reach out and pick up his wallet. He put that and the phone in the pocket of his slacks and headed for the door. Lane, where the fuck are you going? Don't wait up, he said as he opened the way out. When are you going to be back? Hey, Lane, what the hell? His old dear friend was still talking to him as Lane walked off, letting the door close in his wake. At the far end of the hall, he punched through a steel door and jogging down the concrete stairwell. His footfalls echoed all around and he made tight turn after tight turn. He dialed a familiar phone number. When the call was answered, he said, "This is Lane Baldwin. I need a jet at Teterboro now, going to Charlemont." I'm still not sure I'm saying that right. Somebody remind me to look that up on what's that site that'll talk to you and pronounce words, because I don't think I'm saying that right. There was a brief delay, and then his father's executive assistant got back on the connection. Mr. Baldwin, there's a jet available. I've spoken directly with the pilot. Flight plans are being filed as we speak. Once you get to the airport, proceed to, I know where our terminal is. He broke out into the marble lobby, nodded to the doorman, and proceeded to the revolving doors. Thanks. Just a quickie, he told himself as he hung up and hailed a cab. With any luck, he'd be back in Manhattan and annoying Jeff by nightfall. 12 midnight at the very latest. 10 hours, 15 stops. He had to see his mama, though. That was what Southern boys did. Yes, so basically he's been summoned home. Yeah, nobody dials a number. No. You go into your call log and tap whatever, or your contacts, whichever, and tap them. I'm so sick of spam calls. End of chapter. We're on page 12. I don't know what page count for this is going to be yet because I don't know the speed yet, but we'll figure it out. So, first stretch break. Oh, which with a heavier book I really need because it really is heavy. Uh, 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 uh. Puppy's under his puppy bed being a puppy. I'm sure he's thinking of a way to convince me to give him his sweater back. Because, according to him, you can never be too warm. No, he does sometimes get a bit of a static cling problem. Also, he has to get to an airport. The pilot needs to make sure the plane is fueled, file a flight log, get clearance. Ain't going anywhere now. You're entirely right. I was thinking that too. I'm like, I don't care how rich you are. You can't just take off and land a plane whenever the fuck you want. This takes time. Like, just because it's a private airport doesn't mean your plane is fueled and ready to go. You still have to arrange that. It sounds like he's trying to get to an airport in New Jersey from NYC. That's not a 5-minute drive. No. He said he's in Manhattan. So, but I guess he'd probably be flying out of New York or Long Island. But yeah, it's not quick. That's not too terribly far from me, so Teterboro's in New Jersey. Sounds right. So how far is Manhattan to New Jersey? Because Manhattan's in New York, but I think Manhattan is an island. So I guess you'd take a bridge. But yeah, I'm guessing Manhattan to Teterboro is not a short drive. It's right there with JFK, LA, LaGuardia, and Newark. Okay, so it's in the middle of all the big airports. But yeah, you're not just gonna walk in and immediately take off. A bridge or a tunnel. The airport is in Bourbon County, New Jersey. Okay. So, and then from New Jersey to Kentucky is not that far, because Kentucky is more East Coast than West Coast, right? And isn't Kentucky kind of like the north part of the South, if that's making any sense? I don't think it's actually too far. It probably wouldn't be too long of a flight. If I'm at all remembering the region of America that Kentucky is in, and there's no reliability there. I could be on the wrong side of the country for all I know. But I think Kentucky is kind of like north mid-eastern. I know it's not a huge state. I know that. It's not a square state. I can say that. It's not one of the squares. It would be a short flight. Yeah. Though still, trying to round trip that in one day, probably not great. It's eastern U.S., but it borders IN? What's IN? I don't think it's coastal. No, I remember Kentucky being a landlocked state. It's the one that looks like a chicken drumstick. Yes, it does. Okay, so I am thinking of the right shape. And yeah, Indiana. Thank you. I almost know all of the state abbreviations. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Kentucky's landlocked. Chapter 2. 3 hours, 22 minutes, and some number of seconds later, Lane looked out of the oval window of one of the Bradford Bourbon Company's brand new Embarrass leisure lineage Ugh! He's gonna kill me with words. Brand name of a plane. Somebody remind me to write to Mark, the sarcastic law student, later and get his opinion on this aircraft, because every time I've ever asked him about a specific aircraft, he writes me like 3 pages back about it, and it's really fun. This one is an Embraer Lineage 1000E corporate jets. It's spelled EMBRAER space LINAGE. 1000E corporate jet. Embraer? You know that you actually know this brand? Are they popular in America? Embraer. Braer. Air? Braer. Ugh. God, this is like the time I had to emergency call my friend in England in the middle of the day because I was trying to record a video and I couldn't pronounce the fucking title. I had to call him and get him to say it to me like 12 times just so I could record the fucking title. I was losing my shit because I'd been trying for like 15 minutes and I kept fucking it up. But I knew I was fucking it up and I was about ready to kill something. I just called him and I was like, pronounce this fucking word for me. The problem with my trying to read is I can't hear the sounds that words make. That's why I need to hear it said out loud. Like sometimes I can get it, but I think I'm pretty close. They make small jets that are 1 seat by 2 seats. Whoa, really small. Oh, that's like uncomfortably small. Oh, that's like small enough that I don't feel safe in those. Like the smallest plane I was ever in was a 4-seater, and I was not terribly comfortable in that. I was only for like 10 minutes though, thank God, because I really, like it was one of those. I had a big sister at the time, Big Sisters Association thing, and they got tickets to like this airfield where like you could get like pilot lessons. You got to go try it for a day and go up in the plane, and it had twin controls, and you got to like pretend to fly it. You know, and it was fun, and I was glad to do it, and it was fun, but it's not something I would like regularly like to do. Let's just say my mom didn't have to worry about me wanting flying lessons. Down below, the city of Shalmon was laid out like a Lego diorama. Its sections of rich and poor, of commerce and agriculture, of homesteading and highway displayed in what appeared to be only 2 dimensions. For a moment, he tried to picture the land as it had been when his family had first settled the area in 1778. How many times are we going to get told 1778? If it happens one more time, it's going on the list. They're bigger than prop commuter planes? Okay. So they're bigger than that. Smaller than Southwest airline jet. Oh, we're gonna have so many more Southwest and Delta videos now that Spirit is no more. Though we are gonna have like another 3 to 4 months of Spirit videos coming out because of the delay in body cams getting released. Just wait till we get to the body cams from the day that Spirit actually shut down unexpectedly with no advance notice and no warning, when thousands of people would have been showing up for their flights only to be told, sorry, this airline no longer exists. When do we start getting the body cams from that day? I've already told Artie to be ready to do another live stream in like 3 months. To which he said he would, so keep after him about that, because he said he would do it. Glad the counter people weren't there when the news broke. Yeah, they were looking for new jobs already. Oh, does anybody even know? Did Spirit, have they even refunded people who had already booked tickets with them, or are they like waiting for these people to sue them? Woods, rivers, Native Americans, wildlife. Am I gonna have to remember that in America they say Native Americans? We don't say that here. Tend not to use the word native all that much. Like, it's one of those things where if somebody is First Nations, they can call themselves Native and they call other First Nations people Native, but I am not First Nations. So I say First Nations, not Native, because it would be insulting if I said it. His people had come from Pennsylvania through the Cumberland Gap 250 years ago, and now here he was, 10,000 feet up in the air, circling the city along with 50 other rich guys in their various aircraft. Except he was not here to bet on horses, get drunk, and find some sex. May I refresh your number 15 before we land, Mr. Baldwin? I'm afraid there's quite a queue. We could be a while. Refresh your number 15, and it's just N-O dot, so it took me a second to realize it's number 15. Is that how bourbon is labeled? I'm guessing he's drinking bourbon. Thank you. He drained what was in his crystal glass, the ice cubes sliding down and hitting his upper lip. Your timing couldn't be better. Okay, so maybe he would be doing a little drinking. My pleasure. Also, I'm not marking it as someone drinking bourbon till we're confirmed that it's drinking bourbon. Waiting for him to reminisce about his family owning slaves. Yes! Because they totally did! You know that they fucking did! Back there and back then? Hell yes! You know, it helps if there's water in the glass. My pleasure. As the woman in the skirt uniform walked away, she looked across her shoulders to see if he was checking her out, her big blue eyes blooming underneath fake eyelashes. His sex life had long depended on the kindness of such strangers, particularly blonde ones like her, with legs like that, and hips like that, and breasts like that. In other words, women. But not anymore. Mr. Baldwin, the captain said from overhead. When they found out it was you, they bumped us up, so we're landing now. Is that a thing? If you are richer than the other rich people, can you jump the queue for landing? Because I'm pretty sure the landing order is based on when you arrive / how much fuel do you have left. Hi, Sadale! You haven't missed much. We have 2 characters so far. One is a gardener at a giant sprawling estate in Kentucky owned by a family that makes bourbon, where something tragic is in the midst of happening. And the other one is a rich douchebag family member who has now been summoned home because their mama is dying, and so he has to go and say goodbye. But he apparently hates this rich world that he lives from and is just used to being a frat boy douchebag. So he's going home to pay respects and then plans to leave again because he doesn't want nothing to do with that world. Money can 100% influence landing. Okay. I will take your word for that. The kindness of strangers who go for attractive rich men. They must be super hard to find. Yeah, blonde, leggy women willing to ride that cock because your bank account has 8 figures. I don't think they're in short supply. What? Hold on, I have an email. Huh? Here's a weird one. I applied for a job with a place a few weeks ago. I haven't heard back from them at all, so I assume I'm not getting an interview. But I apparently have an email saying, thank you for applying for a position with them. We value your feedback to improve our hiring process. Please take this survey for us. You didn't respond to my application, you didn't interview me, and you didn't hire me. What exactly would you like to know? What? I am not understand. It was a job I wanted too. It has been such slim pickings all month. There's like 5 companies hiring, and it's just the same job ads over and over and over and over and over and over and over. It's like I already applied to all of those like 3 times. At least now it actually says on the like confirmation, yes, you applied for this email. Now it actually says like give us 3 to 4 weeks before expecting to hear a reply. Instead of like a year ago it said like maybe a week. Now it's actually saying like give us at least a month to get back to you. Yeah, he didn't acknowledge my application. And I'm actually like your job I'm actually qualified for because I was doing voice recordings for like clips and products. I can do that. I can be very good at that. I can even give you variety. But but like you didn't even get back to me. The other job that I would like to get, and this is kind of my dream job is being a transcriptionist. But every transcriptionist job I have looked for in every company that we have here, because we do have actually quite a lot of them in my area, they all want they want degrees, they want certifications, and they want many, 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 many years of experience, like 3 to 5 years of experience before applying with them. And it's like, how do you expect anyone to get experience when nobody will hire you, even if you can prove that you can do it? Because I can type exceedingly fast and accurately. How kind of them, Lame murmured as the stewardess came back. The way she reopened the bottle gave him a clue as to... Oh, here we go. We're getting horny already. The way she opened the bottle gave him a clue to how she'd take she'd take down a man's fly, her full body getting into the twist of the cork and the pop free. Then she leaned into the pour, encouraging him to check out her La Perla. Okay, am I going to have to start a tally for name brands? Because that's like 4 or 5. Are we doing that? Such wasted effort. Okay, are we saying this guy is gay or he's just heartbroken? That's enough. He put his hand out. Thanks. Is there anything else I can get you? No, thank you. Pause, like she wasn't used to being turned down and wanted to remind him they were running out of time. Oh, God, what is it with romance novels and like sex on a plane? Why? After a moment, she kicked up her chin. Very good, sir. Which was her way of telling him to go to hell. With a round of the hair, she hipped her way off, swinging what was under that skirt like she had a cat by the tail and a target to hit. Lane lifted his glass and circled the number 15. He'd never been particularly involved with the family business. That was the purview of his older brother, Edward. Or at least it had been. But even as a company outsider, Lane knew the nickname of the Branford Bourbon's company's bestseller. Number 15. Okay, now it's confirmed. I'm marking down. We have our first somebody drinks bourbon. Yeah, why is it men in romance novels think every woman wants to fuck them? Yeah, seriously. Like, dude, she could just be angling for a good tip, you know? It is a private flight. You can tip your waitress. But yeah, it's a thing. Also, I genuinely think it's a thing with rich playboy douchebags thinking every woman wants to fuck them because they're usually so egotistical and full of themselves and the whole like I have millions of dollars in a fancy sports car, and don't you know who I am? Don't you know who my daddy is or what my last name is? They've got that going on, so they think every woman wants them. I've seen it. I've known a couple of guys like that. They're horribly unattractive, and yeah. Number 15, the staple of the product line, sold in such tremendous numbers that it was called the Great Eraser because its profit was so enormous the money could eclipse the loss from any internal or external corporate misstep, miscalculation, or market share downshift. As the jet rounded the airstrip for the approach, the ray of sunshine pierced the oval window, falling over the burled walnut folding table and the cream leather of the seats, the deep blue of his jeans and the brass buckle of his Gucci loafers. Okay, if there's one more name reference in this chapter, I'm going to start ticking off brand names because we're up to like 5 now. And then it hit the number 15 in his glass, pulling out the ruby highlights of the amber liquid. As he took another pull from the crystal rim, he felt the warmth of the sun on the outside of his hand and the coolness of the ice on the pads of his fingers. Some study had been done recent ugh. Some study that had been done recently put the bourbon business at $3 billion in annual sales. Of that pie, BBC was probably upwards of a quarter to a third. Okay, so another making like close to $1 billion a year. There was one company in the state that was bigger, the dreaded Sutton Distillery Corporation. And then there were 8 to 10 other producers, but BBC, seriously, you couldn't have called their family empire anything other than BBC. Like, for real. There's kind of another famous BBC in the world. Like, think about these things. But BBC was the diamond among the semi-precious stones, the choice of most discriminating drinkers. As a loyal consumer, he had to concur with the zeitgeist. A shift in the level of bourbon in his glass announced the descent to the landing, and he thought back to the first time he had tried his family's product. Considering how it had gone, he should have been a teetotaler for life. Yeah, when you grow up in a family that makes booze, I'm guessing you drink early. But I need to use the ladies' room, so I will be right back. This isn't write what you know, it's write what you Google. Yes, this is true. This is why I'm having trouble putting intimacy into what should be a very intimate sex scene in my novel, because I've got the sex part, that's working just fine. It's the intimacy part because I lack experience and knowledge, and therefore when I'm trying to write, there's just a blank space. There's a wheel, but there's no hamster on it. Still working on that. But I'll be right back. Hey, and then I should rattle off the things I have researched since the last time what is on my list because we've added things. I'll be right back. Oh, think about getting a duck or something while I'm gone, or finding out what orange Skittles taste like, or what very toxic color it will turn. I can't believe the colors of those things. I'll be right back. Hello, hello. So, my updated list of things that I have researched since the last time I read it, I think we were at how Louis Vuittons are packed in shoeboxes. Um, then we had what chemicals can toughen living skin. Surprisingly easy to find out. Porcelana chocolates, which apparently are the most expensive in the world, though I can't confirm they're still made. Hand-knotted Persian Kashan rugs. Louis's opening line from Interview with the Vampire. The best tools for whipping meringue. The ingredients of Italian meringue. The modern name for the upper crust of society. Or a couple options. Recipes for Italian meringue. And a recipe for a frozen raspberry mousse with Italian meringue. And how to make creme fraiche whipped. There is actually a science to it. It's more than just whip it. You have to add stuff. Now we're in italics, so we're in the past. It's New Year's. Come on, don't be a wuss. As usual, Maxwell was the one who started the ball rolling. Out of the 4 siblings, Max was the troublemaker, with Jin, their little sister, coming in at a close second on the recalcitrant Richter scale. Edward, the oldest and most straight-laced of them, had not been invited to this party, and Lane, who was somewhere in the middle, both in terms of birth order and likelihood to get arrested in an early age, had been forced into the excursion because Max hated to do anything bad without an audience, and girls didn't count. He knew this was a really poor idea. If they were going to hit the alcohol, they should take a bottle from the pantry and go up to their rooms, where there was zero chance of being busted. But to drink out in the open here, in the parlor, under the disapproving glare of Elijah Branford's portrait over the fireplace? Dumb. So y'all aren't going to have any lame? Ah yes, Max's favorite nickname for him. In the peachy glow from the exterior security lights, Max looked over with an expression of such challenge. The stare might as well have come with a sprinkler with sprinter blocks and a starting gun. Oh, this font is not easy. Like, if you're gonna use like italic curly font, make it bigger. Lane glanced at the bottle in his brother's hand. The label was one of the fancy ones, with the words Family Reserve and important lettering on it. If he didn't do this, he was never going to hear the end of it. I just want it in a glass, he said, a pour glass, with ice, because that was how his father drank it, and it was the only manly way he had for his delay. Max frowned as if he hadn't considered the whole presentation thing. Well, yeah, I don't need a glass. Jin, who was 7, had her hands on her hips and her eyes on Max. In her little lace nightie, she was like Wendy in Peter Pan. With that aggressive expression on her face, she was a straight-up pro wrestler. I need a spoon. A spoon, Max demanded. What are you talking about? It's medicine, isn't it? Yep, 7-year-old point of view. Max threw his head back and laughed. What are you? Lane slapped a palm on his brother's mouth. Shut up. Do you want to get caught? Max ripped the hold away. What are they going to do? Whip me? Well, yes, if their father found them or found out about all this. Although the great William Baldwin delegated the vast majority of fatherly duties to other people, the belt was one he saved for himself. Okay, so we're in that kind of family. Wait a minute, you want to be found out? Lane said softly. Don't you? Max turned to the brass and glass beverage cart. The ornate server was antique, as almost everything in Easterly was, and the family crest was etched into each of its 4 corners, with big spindly wheels and a crystal top. It was the hostess with the mostess, carrying 4 different kinds of Branford bourbon, half a dozen crystal glasses, and a sterling silver ice bucket that was constantly refreshed by the butler. Here's your glass. Max shoved one at him. I'm drinking from the bottle. Where's my spoon? Jin said. You can have a sip off mine, Lane whispered. No, I want my own. The debate was cut short as Max yanked the cork out and the projectile went flying, pinging into the chandelier at the center of the room. As the crystal clattered and twinkled, the three of them froze. Again? Shut up, Max said before there was any commentary. And no ice for you. The bourbon made a glugging noise as his brother dumped it into Lane's glass, not stopping until the things were filled as high as the milk was at the dining table. Great. Huge glass of bourbon for very underage people. Now drink up, Max told him as he put the bottle to his mouth and tilted his head back. The tough guy show didn't last but a single swallow as Max barked out a series of coughs that were loud enough to wake the dead, leaving his brother to choke up or die trying. Lane stared down into his glass. Bringing the crystal lip to his mouth, he took a careful pull. Fire. It was like drinking fire. A trail blazing to his gut. As he exhaled, of course, he half expected to see flames come out of his face as if he were a dragon. Yeah. Straight bourbon'll do that. My turn, Jin spoke up. He held onto the glass, not letting her take it when she wanted to. Meanwhile, Max was having a second and a third go of it. Jin barely drew from the glass, doing nothing more than getting her lips wet and recoil in disgust. What is with the editing in this? Like, the phrasing is all weird. Jin barely drew from the glass, doing nothing more than get her lips wet and recoil in disgust. Like, it should either be getting or recoil. Duh. I feel like I'm not wrong about this. What are you doing? As the chandelier was turned on, the three of them jumped, Lane catching the bourbon that splashed out of his glass down the front of his monogrammed PJs. Edward stood just inside the parlor, a look of absolute fury on his face. What the hell is wrong with you? He said, marching forward, grabbing the glass out of Lane's hand and the bottle out of Max's. We're just playing, Jin muttered. Go to bed, Jin. He put the glass down on the cart and pointed with the bottle to the archway. You go to bed right now. Why? Unless you want me to kick your ass too. Even Jin could respect that logic. She headed for the archway, shoulders hunched, slippers sloppy over the oriental. Edward hissed, and use the staff stairs. If Father hears anything, he'll come down the front. Lane's heart went into full thunder, and his gut churned, although whether it was getting caught or the bourbon, he wasn't sure. She's 7, Edward said when Jin was out of earshot. 7. We know how old she is. Shut up, Maxwell. Just shut up. He stared down Max. If you want to corrupt yourself, I don't care, but don't contaminate the pair of them with your bullshit. Big words, cusses, and the demeanor of somebody who could ground the both of them. Then again, Edward had always seemed like a grown-up, even before he'd made the leap into the teenage world. I don't have to listen to you, Max shot back, but the fight was already leaving him, his tone going weak, his eyes dropped to the rug. Yes, you do. Things got quiet at that point. I'm sorry, Lane said. I'm not worried about you. Edward shook his head. It's him I worry about. Say you're sorry, Lane whispered. Max, come on. No. He's not Father, you know. Max glared at Edward. But you act like it. Only because you're out of control. Oh, I know, right? And I'm bad at sentence structure, so if I'm catching something relating to sentence structure, it's really obvious. Like, really, really obvious. Right, Mr. Puppy? He'll answer when he wakes up. Why do these books have so many pages? Because they're big. This comes in at 424. Yes, but we're not sure if this is a bad book yet. We just know that it's, a not highbrow romance book. But we don't know that it's terrible yet. No, we're not starting off the best. That's true. If I could get the eyelash out of my eye, that might help. Lane took Max by the hand. He's sorry too, Edward. Come on, let's go before anyone hears us. It took some tugging, but eventually Max followed along without further comment. The fight over the bid for independence dashed. They were halfway across the black and white marble floor of the dim foyer when Lane caught the sight of something way down at the end of the hall. Someone was moving in the shadows. Too big to be Jin. Lane yanked his brother into the total darkness of the ballroom across the way. Shh. Through the archway into the parlor, they watched as Edward turned to the cart to try and find the cork, and he wanted to yell out a warning for his brother. As their father entered, William Baldwin's tall body blocked the view of Edward. What are you doing? Same words, same tone, deeper bass. Edward turned around calmly with the liquor bottle in his hand and Lane's nearly full glass in front and center on the cart. Answer me, their father said. What are you doing? He and Max were dead, Lane thought. As soon as Edward told the man what had been going on down here, William was going to go on a rampage. Next to Lane, Maxwell's body trembled. I shouldn't have done this, he whispered. Where's your belt? Edward countered. Answer me. I did. Where is your belt? No, Lane thought. No, it was us. Their father strode forward, his monogrammed silk robe gleaming in the light, the color of fresh blood. God damn it, boy, you're going to tell me what you're doing here with my liquor. It's called Bradford Bourbon, father. You married into the family, remember? Oh, whoa. As their father lifted his arm across his chest, the heavy gold signet ring he wore on his left hand glinted like it was anticipating the strike, and looked forward to making contact with skin. Then, with an elegant, powerful slash, Edward was struck with a backhand slap that was so violent, the cracking sound ricocheted all the way out into the ballroom. Now I'll ask you again, what are you doing with my liquor? William demanded as Edward stumbled to the side, clutching his face. After a moment of heavy breathing, Edward straightened. His pajamas were alive from his body shaking, but he remained on his feet. Clearing his throat, he said thickly, I was celebrating the new year. A trail of blood seeped down the side of his face, staining his pale skin. Then do not let me ruin your enjoyment. Their father pointed to Lane's full glass. Drink it. Yeah, this is a great way to teach your kids not to drink. Force feed them bourbon till they puke. It's like you catch your kids smoking, so you make them smoke the whole pack. Don't fucking do this shit. Lane closed his eyes and wanted to vomit. Drink it. The sounds of choking and gagging went on for a lifetime as Edward consumed nearly a quarter of a bottle of bourbon. Don't you throw that up, boy, their father barked. Don't you dare. Yeah, if you chug straight bourbon, the odds of it coming back up, I would think, are pretty good. I mean, I've never had bourbon. I'm not a bourbon person. I was a vodka girl. But, oh, freaking eyelash, get out of my eye. As the jet bumped down on the tarmac, Lane jolted out of the past. He was not surprised to find the glass he was holding was shaking, and not because of the landing. Putting the number 15 on the table, he wiped his brow. That hadn't been the only time Edward had suffered for them. And it wasn't even the worst. No, the worst one had come later as an adult, when he had finally done what all the lousy parenting had failed to do. Edward was ruined now, and not just physically. God, there were so many reasons Lane didn't want to go back to Easterly, and not all of them were because of the woman he loved but had lost. He had to say, however, that Lizzie King remained top of that very long list. So yeah, he and the Gardner girl were a thing, but it just couldn't work out because she's not one of them and blah blah blah. Oh, itchy foot. Oh. End of chapter. Oh. Mm. Chapter 3. The Bradford Family Estate, Charlemont. The Amdega, Amdega Mansion Conservatory was an extension of Easterly's southern flank, and as such, no cost had been spared when it was added back in 1956. The construction was a Gothic-style masterpiece. Its delicate skeleton of white-painted bones supported hundreds of panes and panels of glass, creating an interior that was bigger and more finished than the farmhouse Lizzie lived in. With a slate floor and a sitting area with sofas and armchairs done in Colfax and Fowler, there were hip height beds of specimen flowers down the long sides and potted greenery in each of the corridors. But that was all just for show. The true horticultural work, the germination and rehabilitation, the nurturing and pruning was done far from the family's eyes in the greenhouses. Foreign language alert. Wo snad da Rosen where Walschen men Rosen? I think that's German. I don't know. Lizzie popped the top off another cardboard box that was as long as a basketball player's leg. Inside 24 white hydrangea stalks were wrapped individually in plastic, their heads protected with collars of delicate cardboard. This is the whole delivery, so they've got to be in here. Ich bis sein sen Wörter Deutschen Pusinsei. I'm going to just say German words from now on. Okay, you need to switch to English. This can't be everything. Greta von Schlieber held up a bundle of tiny pale pink blooms that was wrapped in a page of the Columbian newspaper. We're not going to make it. You say that every year. This time I'm right. Greta pushed her heavy tortoiseshell glasses up higher on her nose and eyed the stack of 25 more boxes. I'm telling you we're in trouble. And this was the essence of her and her work partner's relationship. Starting with the whole pessimism, optimism routine, Greta was pretty much everything Lizzie wasn't. For one, the woman was European, not American, her German accent cutting into her pronunciation in spite of the fact she'd been in the States for 30 years. She was also married to a great man, the mother of 3 fantastic children in their 20s, and had enough money that not only did she not have to work, but those 2 boys and a girl of hers didn't have to either. No Yaris for her. Her ride was a black Mercedes station wagon, and the diamond ring she wore with her wedding band was big enough to rival the Bradfords. Why would you be wearing a ring like that when you work in gardening? Oh, and unlike Lizzie, her blonde hair was cut short as a man's, which was something to envy when you were stuck pulling your own back, trying and tying it with whatever you could get your hands on. Trash bag twist ties, floral wire, the rubber bands off bunches of broccoli. The one thing they did have in common, neither of them could stand to be immobile, unoccupied, or unproductive for even a second. They had been working together at BFE for almost 5 years. No longer. 7. Oh God, it was close to 10 now. And Lizzie couldn't fathom life without the woman. Even though sometimes she wished Greta could be half full instead of half empty kind of gal. More words in German. Did you just say we're in trouble again? More German. Lizzie rolled her eyes but fell into the adrenal trap, glancing over the assembly line they'd set up. Down the 60-foot-long center of the greenhouse, the double row of folding tables had been lined up, and on them were 75 sterling silver bouquet bowls the size of ice buckets. The gleam was so bright, Lizzie wished she hadn't left her sunglasses in her car. And she also wished she didn't have to deal with all this in addition to the knowledge that Lane Baldwin was probably landing at the airport at this very instant. Like she needed that pressure as well. As her head began to pound, she tried to focus on what she could control. Unfortunately, that only left her wondering how she and Greta were going to manage to fill those bowls with the $50,000 of flowers that had been delivered, but that still needed to be unpacked, inspected, cleaned, cut, and arranged properly. Then again, this was the crunch that always happened 48 hours before the Derby brunch, or the TDB, as it was called around the estate. Because working at Easterly was like being in the army. Everything was shortened except for the work days. And yes, even with that ambulance this morning, the event was still going on. Like a train, the momentum stopped for no one and nothing in its path. In fact, she and Greta had often said that if nuclear war happened, the only thing left after the mushroom cloud dissipated would be cockroaches, Twinkies, and TDB. Jokes aside, the brunch was so long-standing and exclusive, it was its own proper name, and slots on the guest list were guarded and passed down the generation as heirlooms. A gathering of 700 of the city's and the nation's wealthiest people, political elite, and political elite. The crowd mingled and milled around Easterly's gardens, drinking mint juleps and mimosas for only 2 hours before departing for the steeple downs for thoroughbred racing's biggest day and the first leg of the Triple Crown. The rules of the brunch were short and sweet. Ladies had to wear hats, no photographs or photographers were allowed, and it didn't matter whether you were in Phantom Drophead or in a Phantom Drophead. I'm now assuming this is a car. It didn't matter if you were in a Phantom Drophead or a corporate limousine, all cars were parked in the meadow at the bottom of the hill, and all people filed into vans that ran them up to the front door of the estate. Yeah, I'm officially adding brand names, and do I need to add ugly cars for whatever a Phantom Downdrop is? Does anybody know? Okay, brand names, I think we're currently at about 7. It's ugly? Oh, I've heard of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, but that's a very nice car. It is an ugly car. It might be a Rolls-Royce. Yes, I've heard of a Rolls-Royce Phantom, but not a Phantom Dead Drop, so I don't know. But, yeah. Let's see, should I go with ugly cars or just rich cars? Expensive cars. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with fancy cars. They're ugly, we'll give bonus points. Oh, rich and ugly can definitely be the same thing. Oh yeah. There seems to be a there's like you know the hot versus crazy graph? There's like excessive amount of money spent, ugliness of car. There's a line. Like for some reason with some brands of cars, the more expensive they get, the uglier they get. Yeah, the Cybertruck being a fucking perfect example of this. Because they are the ugliest pieces of shit. And they're fucking expensive. Like, for reasons nobody can quite explain. Like, why do they cost what they cost? And by the way, did anyone else see the body cam video? There was an idiot, old guy, who for like the 3rd time got his Tesla car, or not Tesla, Cybertruck, stuck in the ocean. Because apparently it can drive in water, but only for like a few inches. And he kept taking it too deep. And then it would die and get stuck in the ocean. And so they were like having to tow it out again. And he'd been told like repeatedly not to do it because this is also like on a public beach. It's like, dude, what the fuck? I don't know. This guy, Deacon, this guy thinks it can drive in water because he kept driving it into water. He wants to see if it's waterproof or something. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. He's a crazy old guy. I was like this week, though. So it's out there somewhere. Well, almost all people. The only folks who didn't have to take the shuttle? Governors. Any of the presidents, if they came. And the head coach of the University of Charlemagne's men's basketball team. In Kentucky, if you were either U of C red or Kentucky University blue, and basketball mattered whether you were rich or poor. The Branfords were U of C Eagles fans. It was almost Shakespearean that their rivals in the bourbon business, the Suttons, were all about the KU Tigers. Okay, so we know who the bad guys are going to set up to be. Somebody with the last name Sutton. I can hear you muttering, Lizzie said. Think positive. We've got this. More words in German. Greta announced as she popped the top on another carton. Last year they shortchanged us. One half of the double doors that opened into the house swung wide, and Mr. Newark Harris, the butler, came in like a cold draft. At 5 feet 6 inches, he appeared much taller in his black suit and tie. Then again, maybe the illusion was because of his perma-raised eyebrows, a function of him being on the verge of uttering, "You stupid American," after everything he said. A total throwback to the centuries-old tradition of the proper English servant, he'd not only been born and trained in London, but had served as footman for Queen Elizabeth II at Buckingham Palace, and then as butler for Prince Edward, Earl of Wessex, at Bagshot Park. The House of Windsor pedigree had been the linchpin of his hiring the year before. Certainly hadn't been his personality. Mrs. Baldwin is out at the pool house. He addressed only Lizzie. Greta, as a German national who still rocked that Z-centric accent, was persona non grata to him. Please take a bouquet out to her. Thank you. And poof, he was back out the door, closing things up silently. What is Z-centric? What? I feel like that was something racist. You have to explain a comic book character to your friend? Good luck! Thank you for the video, Persnickety. I'll check it out as soon as we're finished. Yes, every single character except for the Gardner girl is very rich and has family history that goes back to the founding of America. Lizzie closed her eyes. There were 2 Mrs. Baldwins on the estate, but only one of them was likely to be out of her bedroom and down in the sunshine by the pool. 1-2 punch today, Lizzie thought. Not only was she going to have to see her ex-lover, now she was going to have to wait on his wife. Fantastic. More German. Did you say you hope a piano falls on his head? And you maintain you don't know German. 10 years with you and I'm getting there. Lizzie glanced around to see what she could use of the massive flower delivery. After the boxes were unpacked, the leaves needed to be stripped off the stalks and the blooms had to be fluffed one by one to encourage petal spread and allow for a check of quality. She and Greta hadn't gotten anywhere close to that stage yet, but what Mrs. Baldwin wanted, she got. On so many levels. 15 minutes of choosing, clipping, and arranging later, she had a passable bunch shoved into wet foam in a silver bowl. Greta appeared in front of her and held out her hands, that big mine-cut diamond ring flashing. Let me take it out. No, I got this. You aren't going to want to deal with her today. I never want to deal with her. Lizzie, I'm okay, honest. Fortunately, her old friend bought the lie. The truth, Lizzie was so far away from okay she couldn't even see the place. But that didn't mean she was going to wimp out. I'll be right back. I'll be counting the peonies. Everything's going to be fine, she hoped. Okay, so guy who's been in Manhattan for the last 2.5 years is apparently married to somebody who's living here. Sounds like a wonderful marriage. As Lizzie headed for the double doors that opened into the garden, her head really started to thump. Getting hit with a solid wall of hot and humid as she stepped outside didn't help that at all. Motrin, she thought. After this, she was going to take and get back to the real work. What is with people in these books taking, like, more pills than you should? The grass underfoot was brush cut, cropped, more golf style carpet than anything Mother Nature dreamed up. And even though she had too much on her mind, she still made a mental to do list of the beds to tend to and the replantings to be done in the 5-acre enclosed garden. The good news was that after a late start to spring, the fruit trees were blooming in the corners of the brick walled expanse, their delicate white petals just beginning to fall like snow on the walkways beneath their canopies. Also, the mulch had been laid down 2 weeks before had lost its stink, and the ivy along the old stone walls was sprouting new leaves everywhere. In another month, the 4 squares marked with the Greco-Roman sculptures of robed women in regal poses were going to be all pink, pastel pink and peaches and bright whites, offering a contrast to the sedate green and gray river view. Ugh. Ugh. Of course, it was all about the Derby right now. The white clapboard pool house was in the far left corner, looking like a proper doctor, lawyer, family of 4 colonial as it sat back from an almost Olympic sized aquamarine body of water. Uh, the logo that connected the two was topped by a controlled wig of wisteria that would soon have enough white and lavender blooms hanging like lanterns from the green tangle. And beneath the overhang, outstretched in a brown Jordan recliner, Mrs. Chantal Baldwin was as beautiful as a priceless marble statue, about as warm as one too. The woman had skin that glowed thanks to perfectly executed spray tans, blonde hair that was streaked artfully and curled at the long ends, and a body that had given Rose Huntington Whitley an inferiority complex. Her nails were fake but perfect, nothing Jersey about either their length or color, and her engagement ring and wedding band were right out of Town and Country, as white and blinding and big as her smile. She was the perfect modern Southern belle, the kind of woman that people in the Charlemont zip code whispered about having come from good stock, even if it's from Virginia. Oh. I feel this book is reading me for not putting anything. The book is reading you for not doing any gardening. I'm beyond atrocious with plants. Never give me a plant unless you want it to die. Very, very bad. Ugh. Ugh, I really need some sugar. Seriously considering getting a cookie. Lizzie had long wondered if the Bradfords checked the teeth of the debutantes their son went out with, like you did with thoroughbreds. Collapsed, and then the ambulance came. That heavily diamonded hand lifted to that hair and pushed the stuff back, then brought the iPhone she was talking into over her other ear. They took her out the front door. Can you believe it? They should have done that around the back. Oh, aren't those lovely? Chantal Baldwin put her hand in front of her mouth, all geisha demure, as Lizzie swept over to the marble-topped bar and set the blooms on the end that was out of direct sunlight. Did Newark do that? He's so thoughtful. Lizzie nodded and turned back around. The less time wasted here, the better. Oh, say, Lisa, would you... It's Lizzie. She stopped. May I help you with something else? Would you be so kind as to get me some more of this? The woman nodded to the pitcher that was half full. The ice is melted and the flavors become watered down. I'm leaving for the club for lunch, but not for another hour. Thank you so much. Lizzie shifted her eyes over to lemonade and really tried, honest to God tried, not to imagine dousing the woman in the stuff. I'll have Mr. Harris send someone. Oh, but he's so busy, and can you just run in? You're such a help. The woman went back to her iPhone with its University of Charlemont cover. Where was I? Oh, so they took her out the main front door. I mean, honestly, can you imagine? In case you didn't know, she's the worst. Lizzie walked over, picked up the pitcher, and then strode back across the gleaming white terrace to the green grass. My pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah, right. But that was what you were supposed to say when the family asked you to do something. It was the only acceptable response, and certainly better than, how about you take your lemonade and have it where the sun don't shine, you miserable piece of veal. Oh, Lisa, it's a virgin, okay? Thank you. Why would there be alcohol in the lemonade at like 9 in the morning? Lizzie just kept going, tossing another my pleasure grenade over her shoulder. Approaching the mansion, she had to pick her point of entry. As a member of staff, she wasn't allowed to enter through the four mains: front, side library, rear dining room, rear game room. And she was discouraged from using any other doors but the kitchens and utility rooms, although she got a pass if she was delivering the 3 times weekly house bouquets around. Yeah, can you imagine having bouquets all over your fresh flower bouquets all over your house 3 times a week? Like, it's insane. She chose the door that was halfway between the dining room and the kitchen because she refused to reroute all the way around the other staff entrances. Stepping into the cool interior, she kept her head down, not because she was worried about pissing someone off, but because she was hoping and praying to get in and out without getting caught by, I wondered if you'd be here today. Lizzie froze like a burglar and then felt the sheen of tears prick the corners of her eyes. She was not going to cry, not in front of Lane Baldwin, and not because of him. Squaring her shoulders, she kicked up her chin and started to turn around. Before she even met Lane's eyes for the first time since she told him to go to hell when she'd ended their relationship, she knew 3 things. 1, he was going to look exactly the same as he had before. 2, that was not going to be good news for her. And 3, if she had any brains in her head at all, she would put what he'd done to her almost 2 years ago on auto loop and think about nothing else. Leopards, spots, and all that. Oh, crap. Did he have to still look that good? Oh, great. We got another female that just sees a hot guy and just falls apart. Nobody is that good looking. Ugh. No, really want a cookie. Is this a college book? It sounds like something from college. I don't know what you mean by a college book. It was not written by somebody in college. The author's way older than that. Also, the author has about 25 previous books under her belt before getting to this. So, quite a lot. Ah, better. Uh, Oh, second obligatory shout out. If you would like to help a girl out and support the channel, we have random ducks for $10 or painted ducks. If you would like a painted duck, PayPal link should be at the top of the chat. Or if you would like to put me in handcuffs for the rest of the evening, that clocks in at $25. These are real. We have keys because we do things safely, but these are a lot of fun. Or for $50, we have Chugging a Skittles drink mix. We still have 2 flavors that we have not tried yet that I would like to try. I want to know if the strawberry is any good or if it just tastes like sugar. And I want to know, is the orange flavor overpowering? Because I often find things that are flavored orange, for some reason, just with like orange flavor, they tend to crank the flavor up to roughly 1,000. So it's not just orange, it's like orange in all caps. Freaking bra, why you gotta be messing with me? Why you gotta be misbehaving? Lane couldn't remember much about his walking into Easterly for the first time in forever. Nothing had really registered. Not that grand front door with its lion's head knocker and its glossy black panels. Not the football stadium sized front foyer with the grand staircase and all the oil paintings of Bradford's past and present. Not the crystal chandeliers or the gold sconces, nor the ruby red orientals and the heavy brocade drapes. Not even the parlor or the ballroom on either side. Easterly's southern elegance, coupled with that perennial sweet lemon scent of old fashioned floor polish, was like a fine suit of clothes that once put on in the morning was unnoticeable throughout the rest of the day because it was tailor fit to your every muscle and bone. For him, there had been absolutely no burn on reentry at all. It was immersion in 98.6-degree calm water. It was breathing air that was perfectly still, perfectly humid, perfectly temperate. It was nodding off while sitting up in a leather club chair. It was home, and it was his enemy at the same time, and very probably there was no impression, because he was overwhelmed by emotion he was shutting out. He did, however, notice every single thing about Lizzie King, seeing Lizzie King once again. The collision happened as he was heading through the dining room in search of the one he had traveled so far to see. Oh God, he thought. Oh dear God. It is true because bras hate us, also they're very poorly designed. Where's my puppy? I think he's gone in search of food. After having to rely on memory for so long, standing in front of Lizzie was the difference between a descriptive passage and the real thing. And his body responded instantly. Here we go. Blood pumping, all those dormant instincts not just waking up, but exploding in his veins. So he's going to wind up cheating with her, of course. Her hair still blonde from the sun, not some hairdresser's paintbrush, and it was pulled back into a tie, the blunt ends thick and sticking out straight like a nautical rope that had been burn cut. Her face was free of makeup, the skin tanned and glowing, the bone structure reminding him that good genetics were better than $100,000 of plastic surgery, and her body, that hard, strong body that had curves where he liked them and straightaways that testified to all the physical labor she did so well, was exactly as he remembered. She was even dressed the same, in khaki shorts that required a black polo, and the required black polo with the Easterly crest on it. Making your staff wear black in a place that's hot is just mean. Her scent was copper tone, not Chanel, and her shoes were Merrill, not Manolo. Her watch was Nike, not Rolex. Okay, we get it. And I'm adding several brand names. Jesus Christ. To him, she was the most beautiful, best dressed woman he'd ever seen. So why didn't he marry her? But now he's apparently married to somebody else that he doesn't live with. What? Unfortunately, that look in her eye remained unchanged as well. The one that told him she too had thought of him since he had left. Just not in a good way. As his mouth moved, Lane realized he was speaking some combination of words, but he wasn't tracking. There were too many images filtering through his brain. All memories from the past. Her naked body in messy sheets, her hair threaded through his fingers, his hands on her inner thighs. In his mind, he heard her saying his name as he pumped into her hard, rocking the bed until the headboard slammed against the wall. Yes, I knew you'd come, she said levelly. Talk about different wavelengths. He was off kilter down to his coochies in the midst of reliving their relationship, and she was utterly unaffected by his presence. Have you seen her yet? She asked, then frowned. Hello? What the hell was she saying to him? Oh, right. I hear she's already home from the hospital. About an hour ago. Is she okay? She left here in an ambulance on oxygen. What do you think? Lizzie glanced in the direction she'd been headed. Look, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to. Lizzie, he said in a low voice. Lizzie, I'm. As he trailed off, her expression became bored. Do us both a favor and don't bother finishing that, okay? Just go see her and do whatever else you came here to do, all right? Leave me out of it. Christ, Lizzie, why won't you hear me out? Why should I, is more the question. Because civilized people give others that common courtesy. And boom, they were off. Excuse me, she demanded. Just because I live over the river and I work for your family, that makes me some kind of an ape? Really, you're going to go there? That's not what I meant. Oh, I think it is. I swear, he muttered, that chip on your shoulder. What is it, Lane? Showing again? Sorry, you're not allowed to twist things around like I'm the one with the problem. That's on you. That's always been on you. Lane threw up his hands. I can't get through to you. All I want to do is explain. You want to do something for me? Fine. Great. Here. She shoved a half-full pitcher of what looked like lemonade at him. Take this to the kitchen and get someone to refill it. Then you can tell them to take it out back to the pool house, or maybe you can deliver it yourself. To your wife. Has he ever lived with the wife? Like, what is going on? Why is he married to somebody else that he clearly, like, is not with? I'm going to sneeze. Achoo! Achoo! And wow, we have wow, Cethel, you're a little wow. Try not to sneeze again, but holy cow. Okay, we've got some things to do because wow. Okay. I get to choose what I want. Okay, give me a sec. My brain has to do math. We're definitely having a drink. So let's start with that. We're having a drink. And we're definitely gonna get some new ducks. But I'll get to that. Let's start with making a drink. Oh, did I get a spoon? Did I not remember a spoon? I never remember a spoon. I think I have one somewhere. That's a fork. Don't ask why there's random cutlery. I stopped asking that a while ago. But I swear I saw a spoon on here somewhere. I have so much crap on my desk. But every now and then it's useful to have all the crap on your desk. Ugh, what was I reaching for? Oh, there. Ha! Ha! I knew there was a spoon. I kind of want to write a fake brand name into a book for no reason, just to see if people would buy into the idea. Yeah, no, you could totally get away with that. That would 100% work. 100%. Ugh, sniffy. Okay, strawberry or orange? What are we going to go for? Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to mix these up. I'm not looking. Okay. I don't know which is which. So we're going to do eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. We're doing this one. We're doing strawberry. All right. All right. Let's see. We have normal water. Well, they really put a lot in these little packs. Whoa, it's deeply red already. Smells very strawberry. Very artificial strawberry, not like the real thing. It smells like strawberry jello. Come on, little bits. Get all mixed in. Come on. Come on, mix, mix, mix. It's very, very deeply red. Like, that is some red color. That is some red dye number 5. Okay, we're gonna do minor taste test just so I don't like spit it out if it's bad. Yeah, that's grape jello in a glass, or strawberry jello. Yeah, that is 100% strawberry jello in a glass. It means it might have some skunk glands. Yes, that's the thing, at least in the US. What? What in the what now, girly? And since Sethiel is an incredibly generous human being, we're also going to have handcuffs, and I'm going with 5 new random ducks. I'm going to draw 5 random ducks out of this bag over the course of the next hour 45. Ugh. All right. Because drinking 2 of these in one go seems like a bad idea. But maybe we'll still get to the orange. We'll see. Or maybe we'll get the orange next week. We'll see. It's our last one left, but we'll see. But I decided to spread it out and do everything. I don't have time to tell jokes. Yes, in the US for some parts of skunk stuff. In what though? In Jello? In red food dye? In Skittles? What? All right. But for now, we got this lovely red strawberry Jello in a glass. And as always, here's to us, here's to love, here's to all the times that we fucked up. It's in strawberry flavoring. Wow, that's okay. There's the usual overwhelming amount of sugar taste. It's really competing with the strawberry taste. But that is some very, very artificial strawberry. Points for effort, because yeah, now the sugar taste is gone. I can really get the strawberry, but it is the most artificial tasting strawberry. This does not taste at all like real strawberries. They didn't even try for real strawberry taste. Nope. This is the flavor that lets you know this is some lab-made strawberry flavor. It tastes like gum. It tastes like strawberry gum and like cherry Trident a little bit. You know, strawberry cherry flavor, they're not terribly far off from each other. You do way too much interneting? Haha. You and me both. Oh, excuse me if I burp from chugging. That tends to happen. But at least I didn't get a nosebleed from sneezing. I've been worried about that the last couple days because that's how I got a nosebleed last time. Only that time I was having the worst like allergies, and it was horribly, horribly dry, and I was sneezing like 30 times a day for 5 days. So I was actually kind of impressed that it took until like day 4 before I sneezed so hard I got a nosebleed because I kept waiting for it to happen. But hopefully the sugar goes directly to my brain. And thank you. In case I forgot to say that. Sometimes I do, and then I remember later, and I'm like, damn it! But thank you for the drink, the handcuffs, the ducks we will draw. Okay, I'm going to draw one duck now, and then we'll space out the other ducks to keep things interesting. All right. First duck. Eyes closed, hand in the bag. Oh, it's been so long since I did this. It's so good. That's why I went with a lot of ducks, because we need to add more ducks. Also, the thumbnail looks way too plain when it's just the title. So, because I only put the ducks that get sponsored during the book on the thumbnail. That's why once we start a new book, the thumbnail goes back to being blank, because we don't have any ducks that go with that book yet. But now we will have plenty of ducks. And we are starting with this one. What did I get? Baseball duck. Night, Deacon. Say goodnight to our baseball duck. He's number 1. All right, so we got baseball duck. Going next to Katy Perry duck. He's going to need a name. Off the top of my head, for some reason, I'm thinking Calvin, but, make suggestions. Of course, Sethale bought the duck, so he gets first right naming rights. I'm writing it down so I remember what order they go in. All right. In like 15 minutes, we'll draw another duck. See, we have a key. It's going right here in front of me, and in case it magically falls off my desk, there's a key on a string in front of me that I can reach at all times in case of emergency, because, as I said, we practice safety here. Oh, want to hear something really stupid that I heard on a body cam video today? Swear to God. The AI narration actually said, so-and-so slipped out of their cuffs, forcing police to double lock them. I'm like, they're supposed to do that anyway. Also, I don't think failing to double them makes them easier to slip, because double locking them only makes them not go any tighter. You can't like force them open more. So what it really should have said is, these police are shitty at handcuffing. But they were shitty at a lot of things. The way the one officer, and I submitted this to Only Cops, so I hope it makes the stream. Yeah, that's not how that works. Sarah's got it. That's not how that works at all. That is not how that works. I hope it makes the stream for Only Cops, because after that incredibly stupid comment, the way the one officer hauled, and I mean hauled in a bad way, physically lifted this woman, whole body lifted her by the cuffs, by her arms, and dragged her across concrete to his car, and then threw her like a sack of potatoes. I was like, okay, dude, I know you're pissed, and she's a little bit annoying. She's certainly far from the most annoying we've ever seen. She really wasn't that bad, quite frankly. He was just pissed off. But the way he just physically hauled her was like, whoa. And there's of course 3 other cops standing around watching. Nobody intervenes. Nobody says anything. The rarest thing in the world, and especially, no, actually not the world, the rarest thing in America, because you will see it anywhere that's not America. But in America, the rarest thing ever is seeing one police officer actually stop another police officer from doing something bad. We all remember those new laws they made after George Floyd, where if you see a cop doing something bad, another cop is supposed to intervene? Yeah. Show me anywhere that actually has fucking happened. Please. A few years ago, we all saw the video where dude, pissed off sergeant guy was about to pepper spray a guy who was handcuffed in the back of the car because he didn't like the fact that I was running his mouth. A female officer actually did intervene and stopped him. The male officer turned around and choked her. He put his hand on his throat and choked her. She got ostracized off the force and forced to quit. He got to honorably retire a year later. That's how that went. So, great that you made these shiny new rules, but did you teach your officers to fucking follow them? All right, now I'm very comfy. These are actually very comfy. I have slept with these on. Thank you again to Sethdale and his dragons. It. Okay, we're on this page. With that, she spun around and punched out the nearest door, and as she strode off across the lawn towards the conservatory, he couldn't decide what held more appeal, putting his head into the wall, throwing the pitcher, or doing a combination of both. He picked option 4. Goddamn motherfucking shit. Sir, may I be of service? At the British accent, Lane glanced over at the 50-year-old man who dressed like he was the front of house of a funeral parlor. Who the hell are you? Mr. Harris, sir. I'm Newark Harris, the butler. The guy bowed at the waist. What do we bet we get the butler did it murder in here somewhere? The pilots were kind enough to call ahead that you were en route. May I attend to your luggage? I don't have any. Very good, sir. Your room is in order. If you require aught further than your wardrobe upstairs, it will be my pleasure to procure any necessities for you. God, there would be a weirdness to having service like this. Like, I think I would be weirded out for a very, very long time by it. Oh no, Lane thought. Nope, he was not staying. He knew damn well what weekend was coming up, and the purpose for his visit had nothing to do with the Derby social circus. He shoved the pitcher at Mr. Dandyman. I don't know what's in here, and I don't care. Just fill it up and take it where it belongs. My pleasure, sir. Will you be requiring... Great, the world's vaguest instructions. No, that's it. The man seemed surprised as Lane pushed past him and headed in the direction of the staff part of the house. But of course the Englishman didn't question him, which, considering the mood he was in, not only was the proper butler etiquette, but it would fall under the self-preservation rubric as well. 2 minutes in the house. 2 damn minutes. And he was already nuclear. I can do's words. End of chapter. See, isn't it nice when chapters have consistent goddamn lengths? Because so far they are exactly, well, almost all the chapters so far are 8 to 10 pages. That's how long a chapter should be. You shouldn't have chapters that are 2 pages followed by a chapter that is 37 pages, followed by 3 pages and 1 page. Remember, there were pages in the 50 Shades books there were chapters that were 1 page. This happened more than once. Like, I think there was upwards of a dozen chapters that were under 5 pages. How do you do that? It's not a chapter. It's a blurb. Ugh. All right. Yeah, I predicted we would get to chapter 5. I think we're gonna blow past that because it's only like 10:30. We got an hour and a half left, so we might get to chapter 6 or 7. We'll see. It's partly because this is so much of an easier read. Like, they might have a couple sentence structure issues, but for the most part, it's a much easier read. And so far, no blowjobs. Though, give it time. Proper story knows you don't put your first sex scene before page 69. That is the rule. Chapter 4. Lane marched his way into the massive professional kitchen and was immediately taken aback by both the olfactory noise and the auditory silence. Even though there were a good dozen chefs bent over the stainless steel counters and the Viking stoves, none of the white coats were speaking as they labored. Do you call chefs white coats? Isn't it jacket? Isn't it a chef's jacket, not a coat? I've watched Hell's Kitchen. I know. A few of them did look up, however, recognizing him and stopped whatever they were doing. He ignored their "oh my god" reaction. He was used to that double take by now, his reputation having preceded him across the nation for years. Thank you, Vanity Fair, for that expose on his family a decade ago, and the 3 follow-ups since, and the speculation in the tabloids. And don't get him started on the internet. Once that lowest common denominator media package celebrity status sucker fished you, no getting off it. As he went to a door marked private, he found himself retucking his shirt, pulling up his slacks, smoothing his hair. Now he wished he'd taken time to shower, shave, change. Yeah, showing up in clothes that you've been up all night drinking, smoking cigars, and playing poker in, and then took like a 4-hour flight in. Probably not the best way to present yourself to your mother after you've been away for 2.5 years and came home because she's dying. Hello, Ironton. Thanks for dropping by. This is the new book we started. And he really wished that meeting with Lizzie had gone better, like he needed another thing on his mind. His knock was quiet, respectful. The response he got was not. "What are you knocking for?" barked the southern female voice. Lane frowned as he pushed open the door, and then he stopped dead. Miss Aurora was at her stove, the hot oil smell and snare drum crackle of chicken frying in a pan rising into the air in front of her. Her weave done in a short bob of super tight black curls, her housecoat the same one he'd seen her in when he'd left to go up north. All he had to do was blink and wonder whether someone had played a sick joke on him. "Well, don't just stand there," she snapped at him. "Wash y'all hands and get out the trays. I'm 5 minutes out." Right. He expected to find her laying in bed with a sheet up to her chest and a fading light in her eyes as her beloved Jesus came for her. Lane snapped out of it. "I'm not dead yet." He rubbed the bridge of his nose as a wave of exhaustion sandbagged him. "Yes, ma'am." As he closed them together, he searched for signs of physical weakness in the strong shoulders and the set legs of hers. There was none. There was absolutely nothing about the 65-year-old woman to suggest she had ended up in the emergency room that morning. Okay, so it was a toss-up. He decided as he eyeballed the rest of the food she'd prepared for him. A toss-up between him being relieved and him feeling furious that he'd wasted the time coming down here. One thing he was clear on, there was no leaving before he ate. Partially because she would hog-tie him to a chair and force-feed him if she had to, but mostly because the instant he caught that scent, his stomach had gone hollow pit hungry on him. "Are you okay?" The glare she sent him suggested if he wanted to continue that line of questioning, she'd be more than happy to spank him until he shut his pie hole. "Roger that, ma'am," he thought. Crossing the shallow space, he found that the TV trays the two of them had always eaten off of were exactly where he'd last seen them. Over in the corner, propped up between the entertainment console and the bookcase that was set at an angle. The pair of Barca loungers were the same too, each one in front of a tall window, crocheted doilies draped over the tops of draped over the tops where the backs of heads went. Pictures of children were everywhere and in all kinds of frames, and amid the beautiful dark faces there were pale ones too. There was him at his kindergarten graduation, his brother Max scoring a goal in lacrosse, his sister Jin dressed up as a milkmaid in a school play, his older brother Edward in a tie and jacket for his senior picture at UVA. "Good Lord, you're too thin, boy," Miss Aurora muttered as she went to stir a pot that he knew was filled with green beans cooked with cubes of ham. "Don't they have food up there in New York?" "Not like this, ma'am." The sound she made in the back of her throat was like a Chevy backfiring. "Get the plates." "Yes, ma'am." He discovered his hands were shaking as he took two out of the cupboard and they rattled together. Unlike the woman who had birthed him, who was no doubt upstairs, resting in a medicated haze of "I'm not addicted because my doctor gave me the pills," Miss Aurora had always seemed both ageless and strong as a superhero. The idea that the cancer was back. So he's got one of like the nanny slash chef is his real mommy going on because we need to do all the cliches. Hell, he couldn't fathom having had it in the first place, but he wasn't fooling himself. That had to be the reason for the collapse. After he'd gotten the silver and the napkins on the trays and poured them both a sweet tea, he went over and sat on the chair to the right. You shouldn't be cooking, he said as she started to plate up. And you shouldn't have been gone so long. What's wrong with you? Definitely not on her deathbed, he thought. What did the doctor say? He asked. Nothing worth hearing, in my opinion. She brought over all kinds of heap to heaven. Now be quiet and eat. Yes, ma'am. Oh, sweet Jesus, he thought as he stared down at his plate. Fried okra, chitterlings, potato cakes, beans in that pork boil, and the fried chicken. What are chitterlings? I'm fairly certain I'm saying that right. As his stomach let out a roar of starvation, she laughed. But he didn't, and abruptly he had to clear his throat. This was home. Food prepared by this specific woman was home. He'd had exactly what was on his plate all his life, especially back in the years before his mother had retreated from everything and she and his father had been out 5 nights a week socializing. Sick or well, happy or sad, hot or cold, he and his brothers and sister had sat in the kitchen with Miss Aurora and behaved themselves or risked getting swatted on the back of the head. There were never any troublemakers in Miss Aurora's kitchen. Go on now, she said softly. Don't wait to where it gets cold. As a person born and raised in the South, I'm taking offense to this book's depiction. Oh, said they all. We've barely started. You've got so much more to take offense to. They're pig intestines. I'm assuming like fried because if I know one thing about Southern food, let's just say y'all embrace the concept of frying everything, including butter. So yeah, I know it's probably yeah. Oh, tis the season of all the cliches. All right, we gotta draw another duck. I'm not sure I can do this with handcuffs on. Let's see. Can I? I think I can, kind of. Okay, eyes closed. Drawing another duck. Oh, this is really hard to do with cuffs on. Because I'm trying to mix it up and I don't want to knock anything out of the bag. Okay, whatever this one is. This duck. What did we get? Oh, this is the from the posters. The I Want You posters in America. Uncle Sam. That's who I'm trying to think of. We've got Uncle Sam Duck. Why do I have scratches in my hand? What did I do? Oh, no, it's just red stuff. There's something red in the bag. Yeah, because it's just like, maybe it's paint off the duck. Yeah, it's just flicks. They're typically stewed or pan fried. Okay. So now we have Uncle Sam Duck. Can we name him Abraham? What did I say for the baseball duck? Calvin. For now, I'm putting Calvin and Abraham unless Sadale wants to name them something else because they're his. That looks cute. Okay, I will look up how to spell that properly later. Because sorry, but not a president in this country, so I don't know how to spell it. Ugh. Whew. I will definitely take some of the potato cakes and fried chicken, though. That sounds really good. As his stomach let out a roar of starvation, she laughed. But he didn't. And oh, wait. Where was I? Talk about digging in. When he moaned as the first taste flooded his mouth. Oh, Miss Aurora, you need to come home, boy. She shook her head as she sat down with her own plate. That northern stuff is not for you. Don't know how you stand the weather, much less those people. So you're gonna tell me what happened? He asked, nodding at the cotton ball and surgical tape in the crook of her elbow. I don't need that car you bought me. That's what happened. He wiped his mouth. What car? Those black eyes narrowed. Don't you try to play, boy. Miss Aurora, you were driving a piece of, junk. I can't have y'all like that. He could hear the southern creeping back into his voice. Didn't take long, did it? My Malibu is perfectly fine. Howie held her stare. It was a cheap car to begin with and had 100,000 miles on it. Don't see why. Miss Aurora, I'm not having you in that junker no more. Sorry. I have a feeling the South is about to get real strong in the language. She glared at him hard enough to burn a hole in his forehead, but when he didn't budge, she dropped her eyes. And that was the nature of their relationship. Two hard heads, neither of whom was willing to give an inch about anything, except the other one. I don't need a Mercedes, she muttered. Four-wheel drive, ma'am. I don't like the color. It's unholy. Pull. It's U of C red and you love it. As she grumped again, he knew the truth. She adored the new car. Her sister, Miss Patience, had called him up and told him that Miss Aurora had been driving the E350 4MATIC all around town. What? Is that even a car? This is a car. E350 4 and then in all caps MATIC. When did they stop just naming cars like simple shit? When did this happen? Of course, Miss Aurora never dialed him to thank him, and he'd been expecting this protest. She'd always been too proud to accept anything for free. But Miss Aurora also didn't want to upset him, and he knew he was right. So what happened this morning with you? Not a question on his part. He was done with that. I just got a little lightheaded. They said you passed out. I'm fine. They said the cancer's back. Who is they? Miss Aurora. My Lord and Savior has healed me before, and he will again. She put one palm to heaven and closed her eyes, then looked over at him. I'm going to be fine. Have I ever lied to you, boy? No, ma'am. Now eat. That command pretty much shut him up for 20 minutes. Lane was halfway done with his second plate when he had to ask, You see him lately? No reason to specify who the he was. Edward was the he in every one of in every Edward was the he everyone spoke of in hushed tones. Aurora's face tightened. No. An E350 is a Mercedes? 4MATIC is a high-end engine package. Okay. I don't really know what an engine package is, but I guess it makes sense. But, we're adding to name drop. I already fear I'm going to run out of space for all the brand names because it's like halfway across the page already. There was another long period of silence. Y'all gonna go see him while you're here? She asked. No. Somebody's gotta. Won't make any difference. Besides, I should get back to New York. I really came here only to check if you were okay. You're gonna go see him before you go back north. Lane shut his eyes. After a moment, he said, Yes, ma'am. Good boy. After a serving of thirds, Lane cleared their plates and had to ignore the fact that Miss Aurora appeared not to have eaten anything at all. The conversation then turned to her nieces and nephews, her sisters and brothers, of which there were 11, and the fact that her father Tom had finally died at the age of 86. She called Aurora Tom's She was called Aurora Toms because she was one of Tom's kids. Word had it Word had it, in addition to the 12 he'd had with his wife, there were countless others outside the marriage. Lane had met the man at Miss Aurora's church from time to time, and he'd been a larger-than-life character, as deep south as Mississippi and as charismatic as a preacher, as handsome as sin. Why are we getting 3 descriptions of everybody? What is that? Not that he was being arrogant, but Lane knew he'd always been her favorite, and he figured out that father of hers was the reason she indulged him so much. Like her dad, he had also been called too handsome for his own good all his life, and he'd sure done his share of womanizing. Back in his 20s, Lane had been right there with good old Mr. Tom's. Lizzie had cured him of all that, kind of in the way an embankment would stop a speeding car. You go up and greet your mama before you leave too, Miss Aurora announced after she'd washed and put away their dishes and silverware. He left the frying pan and pots and he left the frying pan and pots on her stove. He knew better than to touch them. Pivoting around, he folded the dish towel and leaned back against the steel sink. She put her palm out from her bark lounger. You need to save it. Miss Aurora, do not tell me you flew over 100,000 miles just to look me over like I'm some kind of invalid. That don't make no sense. Your food is worth the trip. That is true. Now go see your mama. I already have, he thought as he stared across at her. Miss Aurora, are you going to get help for the derby? What do you think all these fools out in my big kitchen are for? It's a lot to manage, and don't tell me you aren't ordering them around. That infamous glare shot his way, but that was all he got, and it scared him. Normally she'd be up from her chair and muscling him out the door. Instead, she stayed sitting. I'ma be fine, boy. You better be. Without you, I got no one to keep me straight. She said something under her breath and stared off over his shoulder, while he just waited in the quiet. Eventually, she waved for him to come over, and he did right away, striding across the linoleum and getting down on his knees by her chair. One of her hands, her beautiful, strong, dark hands, reached out and ran through his hair. I need to get this cut. Yes, ma'am. She touched his face. You're too handsome for your own good. Like I said, you gotta stick around and keep me right. Miss Aurora nodded. Count on it. There was a long pause. Thank you for my new car. He pressed a kiss to her palm. You're welcome. And I need you to remember something. Her eyes, those ebony eyes he'd stared into as a child, as a teenager, a young man, a grown man, roamed around his face like she was taking note of the changes that gathering age was bringing to the features she had watched for over 30 years. I got you, and I got God. I'm wealthier beyond means. We clear, boy. I don't need no Mercedes. I don't need a fancy house or fancy clothes. There's no hole in me that needs filling. You hear me? Yes, ma'am. He closed his eyes, thinking she was the single most noble woman he'd ever met. Well, she and Lizzie, that is. I hear you, ma'am, he said hoarsely. Okay, so we've established we have the Southern cook who helped raise him that was more of a mother than his actual mother, who is your stereotypical, probably also generational Southern belle who is now, you know, pill popping, too much Xanax kind of woman. Uh, so I'm assuming this person is about to die because somebody has to die to make things change. I'm wondering if his father's still alive. I'm guessing not because the father wasn't mentioned, but the older brother was. So that kind of implies the older brother's like in charge now, but also something's messed up with him, like we couldn't tell. But after chugging that, I need to step away for a second, so I will be right back in exactly 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. And I don't know where the puppy has gotten to. He's probably on the couch. Because he had to go has food. And puppy. But I shall be right back And we will draw another duck. So, to and back. And we're drawing a duck. Okay, eyes closed, hand in the bag. This one. What did I grab? Oh, we got the bumblebee duck! This is one of the cool ones. Oh, I really wanted the shark duck, though. We still got two more. So, we have the bumblebee be mine duck. It does actually say be mine. There we go. So we have bumblebee duck. I don't have a name immediately coming to mind. You're going to have to think about that. If anyone has a suggestion, leave it in the chat and we'll see where we go. Okay. Ugh. I'm going to have to consider making some kind of a book stand because this is really heavy. Like, to hold for an extended period of time, this is a heavy book. About an hour after the Lemonade Lane run-in, Lizzie left the conservatory with two large arrangements. Mrs. Bradford had always insisted that fresh flowers be in the main public rooms of all the occupied bedrooms. And that standard had been preserved even though she had retreated to her suite about 3 years ago and essentially stayed there. Lizzie liked to think if she continued the practice, maybe little V.E., as the family called her, would once again come down and be the lady of the house. What is with all the abbreviations? Easterly had a good 50 rooms, but many of them were staff offices, staff quarters, and bathrooms, or places like the kitchen, wine cellar, media rooms, or empty guest rooms that didn't require flowering. The first floor bouquets were in good shape. She'd already done a run through and pulled out the occasional withering rose here or there the night before. These new ones were for the second story foyer and the big Mr. Mr. Baldwin's room. Mrs. Bradford's base wasn't due to be. Oh, great. So we've got the last names Bradford and Baldwin going on. I'm going to confuse the shit out of those. Wasn't due to be refreshed before tomorrow, as were Chantal's, and would Lane be staying in his wife's room? Probably. And didn't that make her want to vomit? Was it like an arranged marriage or something? Like what is going on? Heading up the back staffing stairs, the two sterling silver fluted vases strained her hands and wrists and tightened up her biceps, but she toughed it out. The burn wasn't going to last long, and taking a time out somewhere along the way just prolonged things. The main hallway upstairs was long as a race course, bifurcated by an upper level seating area and the conduit to a total of 21 suites and bedrooms that opened off on either side. Big Mr. Baldwin's quarters were next to his wife's, with both sets of rooms overlooking the garden and the river. There was a connector that linked their dressing rooms, but she knew it was never used. Okay, so why is he married to this person if apparently they never spend any time together? From what she understood, once the children had been born, that part of the relationship had not been resumed, to use the old-fashioned verbiage. When she'd first started working at Easterly, she'd been confused by the names, and had slipped up and called Mrs. Bradford by her legal name of Mrs. Baldwin. No go. She'd been firmly corrected by the head of staff. The lady of the Brandford house was going to be a Mrs. and a Brandford, no matter what the last name of her husband might have been. See, this is where you get into stupid shit. Confusing until she'd realized that husband-wife team had no more overlapping lives than their separate sleeping accommodations. So it was Mr. Baldwin in the suite with the navy blue accents and the heavier mahogany antiques, and Mrs. Bradford in the ivory, cream, taupe, and blush suite with the Louis XIV furniture and canopy bed. Actually, maybe the pair of them did have something in common. He hid in his office in the business center, she in her bedroom. Crazy. Lizzie proceeded down to the curving formal stairs and swapped out the bouquet on the coffee table in the seating area. Then she went over and stopped at Mr. Baldwin's suite, knocking twice on the broad panels. She waited even though there was no way he was on the other side. Every morning he left for his business center next door on the property, and he didn't return until the 7 o'clock dinner hour. Putting the old foyer bouquet on the floor, she cranked the ornate doorknob, pushed inside, and strode over to the antique bureau that belonged in a museum. There wasn't anything hugely wrong with the flowers already in place, but nothing was allowed to fade at Easterly. Here, in the cocoon of wealth, entropy was not permitted to exist. She switched the vases. As she switched the vases, she heard voices in the garden and went to the windows. Over a dozen men had arrived and were carting in the huge white canvas rolls and long aluminum poles that, with enough manpower and some hydraulics, were going to be the Derby Brunch's 80 by 40 foot tent. Jesus, that's a lot. Why did that just sound? Yes, it did. Why did it sound like a Clue reference? It was Mr. Baldwin in the, yeah. No, this whole place sounds like a couple times I've been like, okay, so we're just naming the rooms used in Clue. The conservatory, the ballroom. Someday I gotta watch the Clue movie with Tim Curry. I heard it's really funny. Also, just anything with Tim Curry, you know. It's gonna be good, because Tim Curry. You know, anything Tim Curry's in, he makes it better. Like, he is the best part of Home Alone 2. And, like, obviously, Rocky Horror, but and the original It miniseries, which is so much better than the fucking movies that they overhyped the fucking shit out of that were pretty much garbage. Like, you know, sorry, Bill Skarsgård, you put in an epic performance. And most of those kids are, you know, still doing very well and very famous, some of them. But the movies were shit. I don't know why they got so much goddamn hype and everyone was ragging on them. They were fucking shit. They were poorly written. They were very confusingly edited. They were too padded because they're both like 3 goddamn hours, which there's no reason for that at all. And yeah, just no. And the second one especially is just truly bad. You know, the first one is tolerable. The second one though it's fucking shit. Great. Chantal was probably calling up Mr. Harris right now and complaining that the no-fly zone had been violated. If a member of family or a guest were using the pool house, or any of the terraces, all work had to cease in the garden and all workmen had to beat feet out of the area until their royal highnesses were finished with their enjoyment. The good news, Greta was out there already corralling the men. The bad news, the German was probably telling them to set it all up right next to where Chantal was sitting. Deliberately. Hearing that confrontation, Lizzie wheeled. She froze as a flash of color caught her eye. What the? Leaning down, she wasn't sure what she was looking at. Like everything at Easterly, William Baldwin's room was spotless. All objects and belongings where they should be. The masculine accoutrements of a powerful businessman in drawers tucked away in shelves, waiting for him in the walk-in wardrobe. So, what was a piece of peach silk doing between the back of the headboard and the wall? Well, she could guess. And the lingerie sure hadn't been taken off Virginia Elizabeth Bradford Baldwin. Lizzie couldn't wait to get out of the room, going across to the door fast, opening it. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. The southern drawl was like fingers on a blackboard, but worse was looking down to the right and seeing Chantal Baldwin throw her arms around Lane's neck and hang off his body. Well, she is his wife, apparently. Fantastic. The two of them were between her and the staff stairs. I can't believe you surprised me like this. The woman took a step back and posed like she wanted him to have a good look at her. I was just down at the pool, but came up because the tent people are here. I decided to remove myself so they could be on that part of the grounds to set up. Well, how, magnanimous of you to let people do their fucking job for a huge event you have coming up, rather than make them stand around and wait for you to be done sunning by the pool, because you literally just can't do that anywhere else on your, 500-acre estate. Lizzie turned around to go for the main stairs to escape, even if it was against regulation. It was better than having to pass by. As if on cue, Mr. Harris came up to the landing with Mrs. Molly, the head of housekeeping. The English butler was running his fingertip over the top of the balustrade and holding it out for her inspection, shaking his head. Great. Her only exits were either over hot coals or through a bonfire, or ducking back into Mr. Baldwin, who was cheating on his wife's room. Oh, the choices. She just loved her job sometimes. End of chapter. Wow, this one is I'm adding hyphenated phrases because there's so many like this where it's a bunch of hyphenated words. That's about the 7th or 8th time that's happened. It's I like a lot of descriptive adjectives too, but I don't do the endless hyphen thing. Maybe I should, but I don't do that. All right, before we start, we're going to draw one more duck, and then I'll do the last duck at half past. Ow. Freaking. Someday I'm going to invent metal clips for a bra that don't dig into your back and wedge themselves under your shoulder blade. I actually had a really good idea for a sex toy the other night, though it probably already exists. I do want to look and see, though, because I think it's a good idea, but I'm sure somebody's already made it. Because, there's really not a lot of variation when it comes to sex toys. It's just a question of material and colors. But hey, for me, at least since latex, or since I'm allergic to latex, I'm grateful that more things are being made out of silicone than ever before because it gives me options. When I was first like 18 and looking to buy sex toys, I couldn't, literally, because everything was fucking latex back then. Everything. Like, there were no like silicone toys, and the Pyrex ones are like $100 to start with. So that was out. I was always pissed off because I'm like, latex dildos are $5. Why is everything else so goddamn expensive? This is not fair. It was like with the condoms. It's not fair. All right, eyes closed, digging in the bag. Oh, come on. Don't knock anything out. Don't knock anything out of the bag. Can't, cannot get down, and I'm trying to mix them up because fairness. Okay, whatever is about to fall out. This one. What did we get? Oh, State Trooper Duck. Look at his hat. Okay, I do love the hat. And he's got little pockets. There's a little badge. There's a little badge on his shirt. He's got a tie. He's got arm patches. He's cute. All right, so we get State Trooper Duck. We're gonna have to come up with something to call him. We still need a name for our Bumblebee Duck. I don't know if it's a bumblebee or a honeybee. I have to work that out. Ugh. Stay. Okay. And half past, we'll do the last duck. Unless we get more ducks. Come on. Oh. Okay. Whew. Man. Hot flashes be appropriately named. Alright. Chapter 5. Bradford Bourbon Distillery in Ogden County. I'm assuming that's also in Kentucky. Edwin McAllen Jr. walked along the 40-foot tall... By the way, how many characters am I going to be expected to keep track of? Because I will say, J.R. Ward likes a big cast of characters. Like, in the first Black Dagger Brotherhood book, there are, if I recall, initially 7 members of the Brotherhood. There's like 3 more that get added, and then there's a whole other Brotherhood later for like 15. And then they all get wives throughout the series, and friends, and various other characters that exist in the world, to where, like, by the time I got to the 6th or 7th book, there's probably about 30 main characters to keep track of. Because it's a progressive series, so, when you get to, like, each book does center around, like, one of the brothers and then finding a mate, but all the other characters are still there. They still have their own scenes. Like, once you're done with their book, they don't just go away. They're still there in the world and, like, still active in the stories. So there's a lot of people to keep track of. So I'm guessing these are similar on the having a very large cast of characters. The 40-foot tall stacks of bourbon barrels, his handmade leather boots clapping against the ancient concrete floor. The set of 100,000 planks of hardwood and 1,000,000 gallons of aging bourbon, as good as the perfume of a woman in his nose. Too bad he was too pissed off to enjoy it. In his fist, a memo from corporate was crushed into a trash ball, the white paper with its laser-printed words unsalvageable. He'd had to read the damn thing 3 times, and not just because he was severely dyslexic, and written English was a largely insurmountable obstacle course for his brain. Okay, I hate that notion that just because I got this all the time growing up, that just because you're dyslexic, it means you can't read. It doesn't mean you can't read. It means you have trouble reading and it's hard, but you can do it. You're going to make a lot of mistakes, but you can fucking read. I also had a couple teachers tell me that they didn't believe I was dyslexic because I didn't mispronounce like every other word. And it's like, yeah, because once I hear other people say it, I know how it's supposed to sound and therefore I can say the word. So if I said it wrong, when somebody corrects me, I've got it now. So why wouldn't I be able to say words? Like I said, I can't sound out words. So if it's a word I've never heard, as you've seen, if it's a word I've never encountered before, then I'm going to fuck it up. But once I hear it, I got it now. So that never made any sense to me. Of course, neither did English teachers that would look at me and say, well, I don't believe in dyslexia. You just need to try harder. Right there. If that was the first day of school, and it too often was, I knew my year was going to suck right there. Talk about lighting him up. He was not a hillbilly. He'd been raised in an educated family and he'd gone to Auburn University. And he knew everything about making bourbon, from the chemical process involved to that intangible artsy stuff. The fact he was the highly respected master distiller of the most prestigious bourbon brand on the market and the son of the most respected master distiller in the history of the commercial alcohol industry. But at the moment, he wanted to get in his half-ton and ram the grill of that F-150 right into the lobby of William Baldwin's office at Easterly. I know what an F-150 is. Then he wanted to take his 100-year-old hunting rifle and put some holes in the desks of all those corporate idiots. Coming to a halt, he leaned back and looked at the racks that stretched up to the warehouse's exposed beam ceiling. The branded number codes and the dates that had been burned into the front of the barrels had been put there on orders first by his father and then by himself. And there was a progression of both. The precious containers resting in peace for 4 years, 10 years, 20 years, longer. He regularly inspected them, even though he had plenty of people who worked for him who could do that. The way he saw it, though, those were the only children he was ever going to have, and he wasn't going to let them get raised by the equivalent of a nanny. At 38, he was a loner, thanks to both choice and necessity. This job, this 25-hour-a-day, 8-day-a-week job, was his wife and his mistress, his family and his legacy. Okay, dude, seriously? It's just not that, dude. Some people need perspective. So getting this memo, which he found on his desk when he'd come in, was like having a drunk driver ramming into the minivan that his entire life was riding in. The recipe for bourbon was really simple. Crane mash, which by Kentucky law had to be made up of a minimum of 51% corn, and which was, here at Cranford Bourbon Company, a further combination of rye, malted barley, and about 10% wheat for smoother taste, water drawn from an underground limestone aquifer, and yeast. Then, after the magic happened, the nascent bourbon was put into white oak barrels, charred on the inside, and left to grow up to be big and strong and beautiful in storage houses like this one. That was it. Every single bourbon maker had those 5 elements of grain, water, yeast, barrel, and time to work with, period. But as the... Come on, pages. Has the good Lord turned out an endless variation of people from the core elements of what made a human, so too did each family or company produce different shades of the same thing. Reaching out, he put his hand on the rounded flanks of one of the barrels he had first filled when he'd taken over as master. That had been almost 10 years ago. Although he had worked for the company since he was 14, it had always been the plan to step into his father's shoes. But Pop had died too soon, and there you had it. Mac had been left behind in the classic sink or swim territory, and he sure as hell had had no intention of drowning. Okay, when I burp, I can still taste the strawberry. It's a very lingering flavor. Still tastes entirely like Jell-O. So yeah, here he was at the top of his game and young enough to still create a dynasty of his own. Supposedly working for the aristocracy of bourbon makers, the company who created the perfect bourbon. It was the tagline on everything BBC did. The tip of the spear of the company's brewing, business, and marketing philosophy. So why in God's green earth was management expecting him to accept these proposed delays in grain delivery? It was like those idiots with the MBAs didn't understand that while they had enough product that was 4 years old today, if he didn't keep the stills going, they were going to run out of that kind of bourbon to sell 48 months from now. That applied to every level, running out 10 years from now, 20 years from now. He knew exactly where all this was headed, a nationwide shortage in corn. The result of global warming coming home to roost and screwing up the weather patterns last summer meant that the bushel price was sky high right now. But it wasn't likely to stay that way. Clearly, the bean counters at the Home Office, aka Mr. Baldwin's estate, had decided to save a couple bucks by halting production for the next couple months and expecting to catch up when the corn prices self-regulated. Yeah, that's not how brewing works. Like, even I know with things like that have like the years long production chain, you can't just take a break. It will affect you literally forever. Assuming that the drought had rocked the nation the year before wasn't repeated, which was not a bet he personally was willing to take. There were many faults to this business logic, but the core issue was that those suits and ties didn't understand that bourbon was not a widget produced on an assembly line that had an easy on-off switch. It was a process, a unique and special culmination and expression of trial and error choices that had been made and refined over a period of 250 years. Am I going to need to start a tally for every time 250 years is mentioned? Because I think we're up to 4. You had to cultivate the bourbon's taste, coax out the flavors and the balance, guide the elements to the apex of their existence, and then send it out to your customers under the label of distinction. Hell, he took as much pride in safeguarding the number 15 brand, the company's most successful but less expensive line, as he did the higher cost, longer age products such as Black Mountain, Bradford 1, and the ultra exclusive Family Reserve. If he interrupted production now, he knew damn well they were going to come back to him in 6 months and tell him to mislabel the barrels. Isn't that illegal? Seriously, if you try to sell like bourbon that's only been aged for like 4 years, it's like bourbon that's been aged for 10 years. Isn't that illegal? It would have to be. Because the longer it's aged, the more it costs, so that's fraud. And also you're going to ruin the reputation of the brand because people who drink like one brand all the time, they know exactly how it is supposed to taste. And the second that it doesn't, they know. And they will be loud about it. It's like the guy who this was recently because the Reese's company, like Reese's peanut butter cups, they got called out for this because a guy who his family like started the Reese's company like before it was like sold to Hershey, and so he like grew up in it and he knows exactly what it should taste like, and he said that almost every day he would eat a Reese's chocolate product as his own version of like quality control, and he publicly called them out when he tried it one day and was like, nope, that's not my family recipe. That's an inferior recipe. You changed something, you cheaped out on products. And sure enough, yeah, they had changed ingredients because things were too expensive, and it changed the taste and quality of the candy that was immediately noticeable. They very quickly apologized and said they were going back to the original formula. But it was very clear they never expected to get caught. And it's like, yeah, people notice when you change things. Oy. 6 months to the suits was just half a year, 26 weeks, 2 seasons. But to his palate, he could distinguish a 9.5 year bourbon from a 10 year and 1 day bourbon. And maybe a lot of their customers couldn't tell the difference, but that wasn't the point, was it? And the fact that many of their competitors mislabeled on a regular basis, hardly the standard to follow. If Edward were here, he thought, he wouldn't have to worry about it. Edward Baldwin was that rarity in the Bradford family, a true distiller, a throwback to the early era of the August lineage, a man who valued the product that was produced. But that presumptive heir to the throne was now not involved with the company anymore. So there was nowhere to go with this. Okay, what happened to the oldest brother? Like clearly something is wrong. Sounds like mom and dad are both alive and I guess the dad is still running things. So what we're going to get is whatever is wrong with older brother keeps him out of being the heir. So now second brother Lane that we've been following is going to get like handed the company and be told like, okay, you're in charge now. Like what is with the theme of like rich douchebags that don't want to be in charge of things getting put in charge of things? Like this is reminding me way too much of the Mister, because all of his whining in that book about, oh, I have to be the head of the family now because my brother died. And now I have to be an earl and be in charge of shit and actually do work. Even though he never actually did any work in the entire 2 books. You never saw him do a goddamn thing. But this is given those kind of vibes to me for sure. Why am I so tired? Uh, and the fact that the memo had just been left on his desk to be found, it was typical of the way things had been running ever since Edward's tragedy. Did he get in, like, an accident or something? Like, what happened? Did he have a stroke? Like, what are we going to find out? I assume at some point we find out. The pussies at the business center knew he'd have a fit over this, but they didn't have the balls to come and tell him in person. Nope, just write a memo and throw it on top of all the other papers. Like it wasn't going to fundamentally affect the core of the business. Mac went back to staring up at the rafters that were made out of old growth timber felled a century ago. This was the very oldest of the company's storage facilities, and it was used to house the very special barrels. Located by the original still site, which was now both a museum for tourists as well as where his office was housed, this place was a damn shrine. The soul of his father walked these corridors. Mac was convinced he could feel his old man at his heel right now. Convinced, too, that on a quiet day like today, when the only things in the warehouse with him were the sunlight that drifted in from the cloudy windows and the sound of his boots on the concrete and the mist of the angel's share drifting in and out of those shafts of illumination. Seriously, what is with all? Ugh. Ugh. It's a little flowery for me. He was one of the very few champions of tradition left in the company. The new kids that were coming in, even the ones who wanted to get where he was, professed love for the rituals and the fundamentals and claimed to be committed to the process, but were really just corporate minions in khakis rather than suits. They were from a generation of special snowflakes who expected trophies for showing up and everything to be easy and for everybody to care about them and safeguard them as their parents would. He's not wrong about this. Oh, my my dad actually threw a fit once at one of my little league baseball games because they were giving out it was the end of the season. Angels share are the portion of the brew that evaporates out of the barrels. Thank you for answering that because I had no fucking clue what it meant. Thank you, Sarah. See, I couldn't do this without you. You're my research assistant for all the things I don't know and all the words I can't say and pictures of all the ugly cars. I couldn't survive without you. Tell the kitties I said that. They'll be impressed. Also, is there an Izzy on your lap? Is she demanding attention? It had no more depth than their Facebook posts, than their relentless egotism, than their soulless frivolities. All right, I'm adding a category. I don't even know what to call this, but it's like every time something gets three repeated descriptions, because we keep doing this. We keep saying the same thing 3 times in a row in slightly way. How am I going to phrase that? You know, I'm just going to write three-peat. I can't remember how to spell the word repeat. P-E-T-E or P-E-A-T? God damn it, brain. I know this. I'm fairly certain I know this. It has to be with an A, right? Doesn't it? E-A-T? Thank you. Sometimes my brain just doesn't want to fuck. Like, even when I know, I will fuck up. Sometimes. Because there are words that I know I get wrong every single time. There are some words my brain just refuses to remember how to spell correctly. I will fuck them up every goddamn time, even when I am paying attention, even when I am really trying and fully aware that this is one of those words I always get wrong, so I try to make it right. I will still get it fucking wrong all the fucking time. Juice is one of those words. Fruit is one of those words. I will spell them wrong every goddamn time. Realize. Though I get a bit of a pass on realize because it can be spelled with a Z or an S. Both are valid. And it's one of those Canada, America, it's the British versus America spelling thing. Because there's words that America spells with an S that we spell with Z, depending on where you're from. But America, it's an S, and so spell check will tell you you're wrong for using an S, but that's not how it's spelled here. Okay, I apparently only wrote half of the thing. I wrote fancy and put 3 marks down next to it. What did I call fancy? Cars. That's what it was. It was the cars. I said fancy cars because I didn't know if it was ugly or not. Okay. We still have 0 on tuxedo worn, but I have a feeling we'll get to that. Not quite duck time. Ow, my hand really hurts. Okay, yeah, I gotta get some kind of a stand or something because my hand feels like I am breaking several of my fingers from holding this for so long. All right, to do those, the squeezer, the hand strengthening thing. In comparison to the forebears of this company who had shepherded this product through famines and war times, disease and the Depression, through prohibition, for God's sakes, they were boys trying to do a man's job. I was going to say, when are we going to address prohibition? They just didn't know it, and with a corporate culture like this, they never would. Mac. He looked over his shoulder. His secretary, Georgie O'Malley, who had run his father's office before Pops had died, had come in behind him without making a sound. At the ripe age of 64, she was 41 years with the company and showing no signs of slowing down. As a self-professed farmer's wife who was without a husband or a farm, she was a kindred spirit in the war against the current climate of everything being disposable. You okay, Mac? Mac looked back up at the angel's share wafting out of the shafts of light so high above. The angel's share was sacred. Each white oak barrel was charred on its inside before being filled with 53 gallons of bourbon. Stored in a place like this, in an environment that was purposely not climate controlled. The wood of the barrels expanded and contracted seasonally, the bourbon inside becoming colored and flavored by the caramelized sugars from that burned hardwood. A not insignificant portion of those gallons evaporated and was absorbed into the barrels over time. That was the angel's share. It was what his father considered the sacrifice to the past, the serving that went to the forebearers to drink up in heaven. Is religion going to be like a heavy thing in these? Because so far we're getting kind of a lot. It was also the pay it forward to your own passing, the hope that the next shepherd of the tradition would do the same for you when you were dead and gone. Wow, we're really deifying some booze here. There's gonna be nothing left of us, Georgie, he heard himself say. What y'all talking about? Okay, if this book is gonna be full of these mishmashed words, I'm gonna die. He just shook his head. I want you to tell the boys to shut down the sills. I think it was supposed to say stills, but it's SILLS. What? You heard me. Mac lifted his fist over his shoulder so she could see what he'd wadded up. Corporate's putting a freeze on the corn orders for the next 3 months minimum. They'll let us know when we can make more mash. Any rye, barley, and wheat we got right now is going to be repurposed. Repurposed? What does that mean? They can't sell it to a competitor. This gets out to people like the Suttons or the general press. It's going to make the 10 cents they save look like the most expensive fuck up in the company's history. We've never shut production down. Nope, not since Prohibition, and that was only for show anyway. Yep. There was a long pause. Mac, what are they doing? They're going to ruin this company, that's what they're doing. Okay, book, I only want 1 page. He walked over to the woman. They're going to take us under on the guise of maximizing profit? Or hell, maybe they're going to do an IPO finally. Every other bourbon maker except the Suttons is publicly owned now. Maybe they're trying to artificially inflate the profit right before a private sale? I don't know and I don't care, but I'm pretty damn sure Elijah Bradford is rolling in his grave. As he headed for the exit, she called after him. Where are you going? To get drunk. On a whole lot of beer. End of chapter. Alright, it is duck time. Alright, last duck of the evening. I'm gonna uncuff so I can do this properly. Alright, last duck of the evening, unless we get another sponsorship. This one. What did I get? Hockey duck! Hey, check it out. He's got his helmet, his hockey stick. Aw, we got like, you get. I love that the sports ducks are wearing appropriate safety gear. This is good. I love that he's got his little hockey stick. Can we name him Gretzky? I have to look up how to spell it. But can we name him Gretzky? You know, I'm Canadian. It's like the only hockey player I know. I was never into hockey. Oh. Okay, I maybe made this part of the stage a little narrow. I'll do better on the next one. We didn't get shark duck. Look at the shark duck. Look how cool it fucking is. This is a fucking cool duck. But it will stay in the bag for now, sadly. Eventually, all my little ducks, you will all get a place. There we go. Hey, we made it further than I thought. We're on chapter 6. Don't know if we'll make it through the whole chapter, but we'll try. We're about 50 pages in, so this is definitively a faster read. We'll have to adjust. As Lane stood outside his bedroom and stared down at his quote wife. Wife is in quotes. He thought, just like Easterly, she was the same too. Chantel Blair Stowe Baldwin was, in fact, exactly the same. The whole haircut, spray tan, makeup, and expensive pink clothing routine, identical to what he'd left behind. And her voice, still right out of central casting under the heading of genteel Southern Lady of Leisure. She still babbled, too, words leaving her mouth in a stream with no consideration for rationing for the listener's benefit. Then again, for her, conversation was performance art. Her hands moving like the wings of doves, arching up and down, that big diamond she wanted so badly flashing like a strobe light. Derby weekend! Of course Samuel Theodore Lodge is coming tonight. Jin's all excited about seeing him. Unbelievable. They had literally not seen each other or said a word to one another for nearly 2 years, and she was talking about who was the guest on the guest list for dinner. Okay, so what? Did you marry this person and then immediately abandon them? Like, what the hell? What in the hell had he ever seen in her? So you dumped one woman for another woman, married her, and then, like, abandoned her. Apparently in record time. Oh, Lisa, excuse me. Could you ask Newark if this Mr. Baldwin could have his car around? We're going to the club for lunch. Lisa, he thought. Then again, there had been staff turnover since he'd. Lane glanced over his shoulder. Lizzie was standing by his father's bedroom door, 2 vases of perfectly good but no doubt freshly replaced bouquets in her grip. Mr. Harris is just over there, Lizzie said stiffly. I don't like to shout. It's not appropriate. Chantal leaned in the direction of the other woman, like they were 2 girlfriends sharing a secret. Thank you so much. You're such a help. Are you out of your mind? Lane demanded. Chantal recoiled, her head rearing back and her eyes going from ingenue to hired killer in the blink of her false but tasteful eyelashes. I beg your pardon, Chantal whispered to him. Lane tried to catch Lizzie's stare while he muttered, "Go tell him yourself." Lizzie refused to acknowledge him. With a professionally impassive expression, she walked forward, her lithe strides taking her past him and down the long hallway to the staff staircase. Meanwhile, Chantal was talking again. "Address me in front of the help like that," she hissed. "Her name's Lizzie, not Lisa." Now he was the one leaning in. "And you know that, don't you? Her name is irrelevant." Okay, so we're just supposed to know that she is, once again, the worst. "She's been here longer than you," he smiled coldly, "and I'm willing to bet she'll be here way after you're gone. Okay, dude, if you want to divorce this person, divorce them." "What is that supposed to mean? You don't have to be under this roof and you know it. I'm your wife." Lane stared down at her and wondered why in the hell she was still anywhere near his life. The easy answer was that he'd been pretending that Charlemagne didn't exist. The harder reasoning was tied to what she had done. Oh, did she cheat or something? "I'm your wife. Not for long," he said in a low voice. "Okay, you've had 2 years. Like, dude, handle your shit." Those penciled brows of hers lifted, and instantly that Persian cat dragged through a toilet bowl expression disappeared. Holy. Alright, we're doing hyphenated strings. We're at about a 6. She became as calm and smooth as a mirror. "Let's not fight, darling. Our reservation at the club is in 20 minutes. Let me make myself perfectly clear. I'm not going anywhere with you except to a lawyer's office." In his peripheral vision, he noted that Mr. Newark, or Mr. Harris, whatever the butler's name was pulling a discreet turnaround, whisking Miss Maud, the housekeeper, off in the opposite direction. "Be serious, Tulane." God, he hated the sound of his full name on Chantal's lips. Tulane. For God's sake, it had 2 syllables, not 300. "I am," he said. "It's time to end this between us." Chantal took a slow, deep breath. "I know you're upset about poor old Miss Aurora and you're saying things you don't mean. I get it. She's a very good cook, and they're very, very hard to find." His molars ground together. "You think she's just a cook. Are you saying she's your accountant?" Okay, somebody slap this bitch. God, why had he ever? That woman means more to me than the one who bore me. Don't be ridiculous. Besides, she's black. What? I was wondering if anyone was going to be outright racist. Because, old Southern family, really, really old money. I was waiting to see, and there we go. There we go. Just all of the yep. Yep, yep, yep. I forgot to refill. Just, she was already the worst. Now she's also racist. Mm. 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 Ew! There's like half a teaspoon of the strawberry still in there, and it's in the water now, and it. Ah! Wow, that is potently flavored. For how little of that is in there and how much water I just poured in there, it still pretty much tastes the same. That is like I poured second strawberry pack in there. That is surprisingly strong. Wow, that stuff is way more concentrated than I thought. Does not taste good diluted. The water's actually fucking red. Look. It's actually fucking red. There was literally like a teaspoon left in the bottom. And look how red that is. Holy shit. Are we sure we should be feeding this to children? It smells incredibly strawberry, too. It smells like strawberry gum now. Yeah, it's more gum than Jell-O now. Ugh. Lane grabbed Chantel's arm and yanked her up close. Don't you ever talk about her with that kind of attitude. I've never hit a woman before, but I guarantee I will beat the shit out of you if you disrespect her. Lane, you're hurting me. Okay, so he's losing points. At that moment, he realized a maid was frozen in the doorway of one of the guest rooms, her arms full of stacked folded towels. As she ducked her head and hustled off, he shoved Chantal away, jacked up his slacks, and glared at the hallway runner. It's over, Chantal, in case you haven't noticed. She clasped her hands together as if in prayer, but he didn't buy it for a second. The fake torture in her voice didn't sway him either as she whispered, I think we should work on our relationship. Really, he's been away from you and you haven't spoken in 2 years, meaning you haven't called either, so, like, what is there to work on? I'm sure he will, like, you know, give you alimony and all that shit, lady. You can go marry somebody else. I agree. This marriage of ours needs to be put out of its misery. That's the work. You don't mean it. The hell I don't. Get yourself a good lawyer or don't. Either way, you're out of here. Cue the tears. Big fat ones that made her blue eyes shimmer like pool water. You can't be so cruel. Not like not like she could be, he thought, not even close. And for God's sake, he really should have followed through with that prenup, but too bad, so sad, whatever. The good news was there was always going to be more money. Even if she sued him for millions, he could make that up in a year or two. Yeah, like, girl, take the money and go. I'm going to speak with Mother, he said, and then call Samuel T. Maybe he can serve you papers over dinner tonight. Okay, seriously. I'm assuming he means a lawyer named Samuel T. And my brain immediately goes to Samuel T. Cogley, attorney at law in the Star Trek TOS episode Court Martial. Now I'm wondering if J.R. Ward is a Star Trek fan. And just like that, the iron core came out again. And also, what is with typing words with too many letters? Are we trying to imitate a southern drawl? Like, what? Because there is literally 7 N's typed in the word and. If that keeps happening, I'll add it to the tally. Oh, my hands are killing me. Those eyes growing cold. I will ruin you and your family if you go through with this. By doing what? Whenever somebody says, I'm like, yeah, by doing what? You're going to ruin me by doing what exactly? Because when you tend to ask them that, they don't have an answer. What she didn't know was she'd already ruined his life. She'd cost him Lizzie and so much more. Was he cheating on both these women? Was he seeing them both at the same time? Like, but the losses were going to stop there, god damn it. Be careful, Chantal. He didn't break the eye contact. I will do anything, in and outside of the law, to protect what's mine. Is that a threat? Just a reminder that I'm a Bradford, my darling. We take care of things. I have no doubt. Striding away from the woman, Lane knocked on his mother's door. Even though there was no answer, he stepped into the fragrant interior reaches of the suite and shut things behind him. Closing his eyes, he needed a second to dose, it says, are douse and dose spelt the same? Because it's just DOSE. the fury before he faced off this dubious reunion. Just a second to pull it together. Just when he reopened his lids, he found yet another stage set that was utterly unchanged. His mother's white and cream room was just as it had always been. Huge windows overlooking the gardens, adorned with ball gown drapes of blush-colored silk. Maxfield Parrish paintings glowed like jewels worn by the walls, and French antiques too precious to sit on or use properly in their corners. But none of that was the focal point, and as impressive as it was. The canopied bed across the way was the true showpiece. As resplendent and awesome as Bernini's Baldaducci di San Pietro, the massive steamboat-sized platform had carved columns that rose heavenward on a top that was festooned with waterfalls of that pale pink silk. And there she was, Virginia Elizabeth Bradford Baldwin, lying as still and well preserved as a saint, her long thin body buried under the profusion of satin comforters and down pillows, her pale blonde hair perfectly coiffed, her face made up even though she wasn't going anywhere and wasn't even conscious. Beside her, on a marble-topped Bombay chest, a dozen orange medicine vials with white tops and white labels were arranged in neat rows. Those are not called vials, they're called bottles. Like a platoon of soldiers. He had no clue what was in them, and likely neither did she. She was the Southern Sonny von Bulow, except his father had never tried to kill her, at least not physically. The bastard had done other kinds of damage, though. Mother dear, he said, striding over to her. When he got in range, he took her cool, dry hand with its paper-thin skin and blue veins into his palm. Mother. She's resting, came a voice. A woman of about 50 with red hair and a white and gray nurse's uniform came in from the walk-in closet. She was a perfect fit for the decor, and he wouldn't have put it past his mother to have hired her on that basis alone. I'm Patty Swearingen. Yeah, try to pronounce this. Sweringin. I'm going to shorten that to Patty. Douse and dose. Okay, so it says dose. It says he needed a second to dose the fury before he faced off this dubious reunion. I think it was probably supposed to be douse, and that's a typo. Okay, are we going to make it to the end of the chapter? Let's see, where is the end of the chapter? Maybe. Definite maybe. You must be young Mr. Baldwin. Lane, he said. He shook what she put out. How is Mother doing? She's resting. The smile was as pressed and professional as her... Oh, come on. Ugh. Uniform. She had a busy morning. The hair colorist and stylist were here. Ah, yes. HIPAA, he thought, which meant she wasn't allowed to tell him about his own mother's condition, but that wasn't the nurse's fault. And if his mother was exhausted by getting a couple of foils crimped on her head in a blow dry, how the hell did she was doing? When she wakes up, I'll tell her. He glanced back over at his mother. Tell her what, Mr. Baldwin? He thought of Chantal. I'm going to be here for a few days, he said grimly. I'll tell her myself. Very good, sir. Back out in the hall, he closed the door and leaned against it. Staring across at an oil painting of some Bradford or another, he found that the past came back again like a bee sting. Fast and painful. Now we're back into italics. What are you doing here? Lizzie had spoken the words to him out in the garden, out in the darkness, out in the hot, humid summer night. Overhead, thunderclouds had shut out the moonlight, leaving the blossoming flowers and specimen trees in the shadows. He could remember everything about the way she had stood in front of him on the brick walkway, her hands on her hips, her stare meeting his with a directness he wasn't used to. Her Easterly uniform as sexually alluring as any set of lingerie he'd ever seen. Lily King had caught his eye from the first time he'd seen her on his family's estate. and with each return during the semester breaks from his master's programs, he'd found himself looking for her on the grounds, seeking her out, trying to get in her path. God, he loved the chase. So, yeah. And the capture wasn't half bad either. Of course, he didn't have much expertise past that, nor did he want it. Well, she demanded, like if he didn't get on topic quick, she was going to start tapping her foot. And her next move was going to be knocking his block off for wasting her time. I've come for you. Wait, that came out wrong. He meant to say he'd come to see her, talk to her, look up at her, look at her up close. But those 4 words were also the truth. He wanted to know what she tasted like, what she felt like underneath him. What. She crossed her arms over her chest. I'm going to be honest with you. Lane smiled a little. I like honesty. I don't think you're going to feel that way when I'm done with you. Okay. Now he was getting hard. And funny, that wouldn't have bothered him with the kinds of women he usually toyed with. Standing in front of this particular female with an urge to rearrange himself in his pants, however, seemed kind of tacky. You think? I'm going to spare you a lot of wasted time here. She kept her voice low like she didn't want to be overheard, but that didn't detract from the power of her message. I am not, and never will, be interested in someone like you. You are nothing but an entitled bad boy who gets off causing chaos with the opposite sex. That stuff was boring when I was a 15-year-old, and considering I'm closing in on 30 this year, I'm even less attracted to it. So do us both a favor, go to the country club, find one of those interchangeable blonde women by the pool, and turn them into your 20-minute stairmaster. If you're not going to get that from me. He blinked like an idiot, and he supposed the fact that he was so shocked that anyone would call him on his behavior proved her point. Oh, great. She's the one woman in his life that didn't just lay down and spread for him. And so, of course, he's infatuated and obsessed with her. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going home. I've been working here since 7 a.m. Snapping out his hand, he took hold of her arm as she turned away. Wait. Okay, that would get, like, I'd be raising my fist to punch you and be like, let fucking go of me. If I'm walking away from you, don't ever grab me and try to make me talk to you some more. Excuse me. She glanced down at the contact and back up into his eyes. Yeah, hands off, buddy. Don't care who you are. Unless you have something related to the flowers in this garden, you have nothing to say to me. You're not going to give me a chance to defend myself? You're just going to play judge and jury? You're not serious. Have you always been so prejudicial? She stepped out of his grip. Better than naive, especially with a man like you. Don't believe everything you've seen in the papers. Oh, please. I don't need to read about it. I've seen it firsthand. 2 of them left yesterday morning out of the back of the house. The night you came here, you brought a redhead home from a bar. And they say when you went for your annual physical on Wednesday, you came back with a hickey on your neck, presumably from when the woman asked you to turn your head and cough. Okay, so this is the guy who gets under every skirt in the land. Like, what is. Why? 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 Why are they all like this? Cut him off again, putting her palm out to his face. And before you think I'm keeping this happy catalog of conquests because of some latent attraction to you, it's because the women on staff keep track of these things and won't stop talking about them. You want to give me a word? You want to give me a word in edgewise? He countered. Or are you good to just keep this conversation going on your own? Jesus, and you think I'm stuck up? Wow, I'm so walking away from him. What? You think I'm entitled? Well, you're putting me in the shade on that one, sweetheart. Excuse me? You've decided you know everything about me just because a bunch of other people, who also don't know me, are talking about things they know nothing about. That's pretty damn arrogant. Dude, you've banged like 4 women in 3 days? Shut the fuck up. You know, when somebody actually sees it happening, they don't have to take somebody else's word. You are showing who and what you are. Like, again, always remember, when somebody tells you who they are, believe them the first time. Which is not the same as entitled. You really want to argue Webster's dictionary with me? Right. The fact that they were bickering should not have been a total flippin' turn on. But holy hell was it. For every lob she tossed at him, he found himself looking at her body less and focusing on her eyes more. And that made her even sexier. Yep, guy who's never heard the word no in his life. Listen, can we just be done here? She said. I have to be back at the crack of dawn, and this conversation is not as important as the sleep I need to get. This time, when she turned away, he stopped her with his voice. I saw you out by the pool yesterday. She glared at him over her shoulder. Yes, and I was pulling weeds. You got a problem with that? You were staring at me. I saw you. Touché, he thought as she blinked. I was in the pool, he whispered as he took a step closer to her. And you liked what you saw, didn't it? Even though you hate who you think I am. You liked what you saw. Oh, God, he's this guy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Somebody shoot him. Somebody shoot him. Ugh. Like, you know, he, like, from the age of, like, 14, he's banged, like, every woman under 20 on the staff and has continued to do so for, like, a decade. You're delusional. Honestly, you were the one to bring it up first. He leaned in, turning his head to the side as if he were going to kiss her. So, do you have the guts to be honest? Her hands fiddled with the collar of her Easterly polo. I don't know what you're talking about. Liar. He smiled a little. Why do you think I stayed out there so long? It was because of you. I liked that you were watching my body. You're crazy. God, her false denial was better than the last full-blown orgasm he'd had. Am I? He focused on her lips, and in his mind he started kissing them, licking his way into her, pulling her up against him. I don't think so, and I'd rather be a philandering snob than a coward. That was how he'd left her. He'd turned away on that brick path and walked towards the house, leaving her behind. But he'd known with every step he took away from her that she wasn't going to be able to let things rest like that. Next time she would come to him. And sure enough, she did. Okay, so we're having the they hate each other and then they just start kissing thing. End of chapter and end of evening because we're at midnight on the dot. It is so nice to end at the actual end of a chapter. So nice. We got through 7 chapters and 60 pages, so I'll set that as the mark and we'll see how we go. But that is the first 6 chapters of the Bourbon Kings. Interesting that her last name is King and the book is called Bourbon Kings. You know, or is it, are we double play? Are we referring to her last name and the fact that they have a bourbon dynasty? But no horses. I'm still pissed off about the no horses. You do not turn a stable into a business center, and if you have that much land, you have horses. But maybe that will change. Yep, doesn't have the good book smell anymore. All right, I'm going to put that over there for safekeeping because it doesn't fit on my desk because it's bigger than the other books. But we had a pretty productive evening. So far we've got. Here's what we've got so far. Someone drinks bourbon once. We've had at least 15 brand names. We've had 3 fancy cars. The repetitive structure has occurred 3 times, and the hyphenated strings of descriptive words were at 7. And I may need more paper. But we will keep our counts going and see what else we start keeping account of. I'm surprised somebody drinking bourbon is not higher, given the subject matter. I mean, if we were counting every mention of bourbon, this whole page would be filled, but We're not. It only counts when somebody drinks it. But I'm sure we'll get more. But on the whole, not bad. It's not as... Is this like fucking highbrow collegiate level writing? No. Is it some cheap romance? Yeah. But it is not nearly as bad as the other books we've read. There's at least some structure, though they definitely need an editor. Like, seriously. There was at least 3 sentences that had what the fuck for structure, and at least 2, if not 3 typos. Like, come on. Like, get with it. Fix that shit. You know, I'm curious if it is fixed in, like, later runs. Because that's probably, like, gotta be close to a first print. Did I just make myself bleed? I did. Shit. Damn it. Dry skin. And then you scratch, and then that happens. Oh well. Bo will lick it all better. He's very good at that. So he knows not to lick till I take my makeup off because I don't like him eating it. I'm sure it's very unhealthy for him. Though he is a dog that frequently gets into the garbage, so that's a bit of a scale. He has been known to eat the plastic wrapper off cheese if he gets a hold of it. Ugh. He is the dog that will just, if it smells like food, he will eat it, no matter what it is. I've tried to teach him that just because something smells like food doesn't mean it is food, but that message doesn't really get through. But thank you all for being here tonight. I hope you're enjoying our new book. We're definitely going to get through the rest of it. If we're reading it, I'm trying to do the math. If we're reading it at like a 60-page clip and it's got, what did I say, like I'm going to go with 420 pages for easy math. So let's see, that's 60, 120, 180, 240, 300, 360, and 420. So that puts us at about 7 weeks, roughly. So we'll call it 7, 8 weeks. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It'll take us into the beginning of July. And then I've got the next 2 in this series. There are more, I think. I haven't looked, but we'll see. But I have more. If we decide to keep going with it, we'll see at the end of the book where we are. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for everyone who sponsored and donated tonight. Thank you for all the new ducks. We still need 2 of them to have names. Because we've got Calvin and Abraham. The bee needs a name. The state trooper needs a name. And the hockey duck is Gretzky, which I will look up how to spell that properly. But we shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Wow, I'm realizing I'm gonna need a new stage pretty soon. I better get on that. I don't have any boxes anymore. Fuck. Okay, this is actually a problem because I was using the boxes from the wine I used to drink to make the duck stages, and now I don't drink anymore, so I don't have any boxes. Okay. You know what? I have recycling to take down. And I'm gonna look in the big dumpster that holds all the cardboard people are recycling, and maybe I will get lucky and find something in there. I'm very crafty and creative. We'll figure it out. I'm good at piecing things together. You know, I got a knife and hot glue. I can make pretty much anything. But that will do it for this week, my lovelies. Oh, I hope everyone will come back next week. I hope you had a good time and are enjoying all our new, very fancy Southern characters. I'm sure by next week I will not remember who anybody is, but we'll be told over and over and over because that's the nature of these books. So, until next time, thank you all for being here. I've been Insane Lane. This has been the now Tea and Roses Book Club. I really like that name. I might put some roses on the thumbnail. Just because I like roses, so therefore any excuse to put roses on something is what I'm going to take. So we'll see what I do about that. Because I don't like just the blank space. It needs some zhuzh. And I have ducks to add, so we'll also have ducks. But until next week, everybody, take care of yourself. Have a great rest of your weekend. Have some fun. Love yourself and love on all of your fur babies, of course, because they are the best things in the universe. And I will see everyone next week for more Bourbon Kings. Until then, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Tea and Rose's Book Club. Love you all. Have a great weekend. Bye bye.